Good morning, everyone. It is September 21st, 2021, and this is a special joint committee to conduct a study concerning the innovation zones brought to us by Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11. Thank you so much to the public presenters for waiting patiently for us as we were sorting out some technical issues. Just so that members of the public know, our screen share option is not going to be available today, and we apologize for that. But if you do go to the special joint committee to conduct a study concerning the innovation zone webpage from our Legislative Council Bureau's website, you will find all of the packets and information that we're going to be reviewing today. In addition, I have asked the presenters to give us page cues so that way as we move through the presentations, us legislators and the public will be able to follow along in hopefully a seamless way. So with that being said, I will call the meeting to order and I will allow the secretary to take roll.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Senator Lang.
Here.
Senator Settlemyre. Senator Settlemyre.
Here.
Vice Chair Dennis.
Here.
And Chair Benitez Thompson.
Here. So much. We have a quorum. Let's go to agenda item 2, public comment. So public testimony under this item may be presented by phone or by written comment. Because of time considerations, each caller offering testimony will be limited to 2 minutes testimony. At the end of 2 minutes, you will hear a member of our broadcasting staff letting you know that you are up on your time, and then we will move on. To dial in and provide testimony during this time, you're welcome to call 669-900-6833. And when prompted, please enter the meeting ID number of 881-9713-6713 and then press the pound sign. If you have any questions dialing in, you can contact our staff at 684-6990. So with that broadcasting, let's go ahead and I'll hand it to you for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Benitez Thompson. If you would like to offer public comment on today's meeting, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Once more, that is *9 now to take your place in the queue to give public comment on today's meeting. Caller 229, you may begin.
Good morning, committee. This is Jamie Rodriguez from Washoe County. I'm calling in today on the proposals in front of you. We did have some meetings with the proponents during the legislative sessions, and we do have some concerns with the original proposal. However, we do understand that there are some changes that this group will be discussing, and we look forward to those discussions, hoping that some of the changes will help address the governance concerns that we had, specifically if an innovation zone were ever to come to Washoe County, but also with the specific innovation zone being discussed, the impacts it would have on neighboring jurisdictions, such as housing or services provided by Washoe County, as well as the infrastructure concerns specific to congestion on Interstate 80. For those of you who are up north are very aware, I'm sure, that one accident can really shut down the interstate for several hours, if not half of the day. And so we've been working very closely with Story County to try to help come up with some concerns. And so we do have concerns that adding a large population to use that interstate could just multiply that congestion. So we look forward to participating in any relevant discussions for this proposal going forward. And want to thank the committee for their time this morning. Thank you.
Caller 833, please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Good morning, Sherry Whalen, TRI General Improvement District General Manager, for the record, SHARIWHALEN. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I'd like to provide comments regarding the draft language for BDR 22-1109 that was made available during the last special committee meeting on innovation zones. TRI-GID met with the blockchain team on multiple occasions last spring in order to discuss the innovation zone concept, the proposed bill draft language, and the district's related concerns. Until BDR 22-1109 was made available at the August special committee meeting, TRI-GID was under the impression that through this collaborative springtime process, we had made meaningful progress on the blockchain with the blockchains team on addressing the district's issues. The issues that we discussed included: one, the limits of residential development proposed within the innovation zone and within the TRI-GID service area. Two, the accuracy of the economic impact study related to these residential development projections. Three, limitations on the eminent domain powers of the district and the potential impact on service to future customers within our service area. Four, protection of existing contractual obligations related to water and sewer within the district service area. And five, future governance of an existing district inside of an innovation zone. Upon review of the BDR provided at the last special committee meeting, we were extremely disappointed to realize that, without exception, the language that we had previously discussed with blockchain, language that we expected would be included in the proposed legislation, was uniformly excluded from the BDR. Additionally, information presented to the special committee by blockchains at your last meeting conflicts with information that TRI-GID received from blockchains in March of this year. We are unsure why this is the case, and we want to bring this to the attention of the special committee. TRI-GID has submitted for the record a detailed letter outlining the specifics of our concerns around the language in BDR 22-1109, along with supporting documentation regarding our questions and the correspondence between TRI-GID staff and blockchains. As always, TRI-GID is available at your convenience to discuss these issues in more detail or to answer any questions that you may have. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide input on this matter today.
Caller 104, please state and spell your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning, and thank you to this committee. My name is Maria Teresa Lieberman Barraga with Battleborn Progress. That is MARIA-TERESALIEbermanParraga. And I'm here to just voice many concerns that we have on the idea of innovation zones. First off, it's that generally this is insulting to all of Nevada's local governments, and hopefully all of their concerns are being heard and understood. And I'll start off also by talking about a previous innovation zone or smart city that has been used by proponents of this as an example of, or a model of what they're trying to do here, Songdo. But there is a study from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, published in June 2019, that finds that after billions of dollars of investment by the South Korean government, Songdo has failed to live up to its promise. It has not met the size of the population that it wants, and it also is having issues with many of its citizens now being concerned about their data being sold, and in order to allow the company to be profitable. The other concern that we have is that it is insulting to local governments because currently in the version that is in the attachment of this BDR, it shows that the commissioners or the autonomous governing authority of this may provide services to the people inside of it. That needs to be made clear how all of that will work. If this does happen, because while local governments don't get to decide or say may in providing services, we shouldn't have any place in Nevada where folks are being denied any kinds of services. It doesn't matter who you are, where you live, what you believe in, local governments have to provide services, basic services, and access to those services. So hopefully, should this committee recommend this and the legislature pass this, this not only sets the precedent for other innovation zone applicants, but any other unserious approach to governance for the benefit of billionaires who want autonomous control. And so we hope that, this discussion really goes into the concerns that many people have. Thank you.
Caller 694, please state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Madam Chair and Committee, my name is Scott Fullerton, SCOTTFULLERTON, District Representative of the Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3 here in Northern Nevada. We are in support of the proposed innovation zone. This project has the potential to create high-quality, good-paying union jobs for working men and women in Northern Nevada. Jobs that provide good, livable wage for today, quality health care coverage, retirement benefits for tomorrow, as well as training opportunities for the workforce of the future. In addition, this project, based on the projections, will provide an economic benefit not to just the communities in Northern Nevada, but the entire state as a whole. Further added to the benefits is the zone's proposal to utilize newer technology. As Nevada moves towards green energy and a carbon-friendly footprint, this zone has presented a desire to develop and implement these goals. As Nevada moves forward, the state has the opportunity to be a leader in the development of innovation zone concept, while at the same time creating strong jobs, a greener environment, and much needed revenue for the state. This is a win on multiple fronts, and we strongly urge you to support this project. Madam Chair and Committee, thank you for your time.
If you are just joining us and you would like to offer public comment on today's meeting, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Once more, that is star 9 to give public comment on today's meeting. Caller 278, please state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Eileen Gay, EILEENGAY. I've written to all members of this study and felt I should also add my comments for the actual study meeting during public comments. My husband and I are Painted Rock residents in Story County, where the blockchain innovation zone development is proposed. All of the agencies that innovation zone proponents say will slow down its construction are there for good reason. Oversight is what makes for a safe, well-considered, and well-balanced development. To allow a developer to show up, buy a large chunk of land in a rural county, and by waving around a lot of money as inducement to the state, jump over all guidelines that have been carefully put in place over time to protect the environment, the public interests, and various long-term relationships and interest in the area is unconscionable. It is important to point out that all the marketing, as well as highly paid lobbyists pushing for innovation zone concept, do not present facts, they are opinions. To present opinions as if they are facts is dishonest, which makes me wonder what else are the innovation zone proponents being disingenuous about in order to push the innovation zone bill through. As of now, there's no plan you can review for the Painted Rock site, only a vague and esoteric couple of concept ideas. Why? Could it be because it's not in blockchain's interest for us to know what their real plan for the site is? What Nevada doesn't know about, we can't argue against. According to what I can surmise, the innovation zone footprint would cut us current residents here at Painted Rock off from our county, isolating us as an island. How does that work? The innovation bill includes many elements: the type of money to be used in the innovation zone, an undefined right to build any type of development they choose, a change of governance, way too many diverse issues within one proposal. In the interim and in the end, will Story County end up holding the bag for who knows what costs and responsibilities for who knows how long, whether the development succeeds or fails? This won't be the last county to have to deal with this issue either if other mega-rich companies decide to take advantage of the unfettered opportunities innovation zones present. Stop this nonsense. It may be exciting to think about outside of the box, but I don't think that is what this program is really about. It's about a group from another state wanting to buy their way into our state, and sell us an idea as if it's going to be good for us. It's about ego, not the long-term benefit for Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Benitez Thompson. The public line is open and working. However, there are no other callers to offer public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. At this time, we can move on to agenda item 3, which is approval of the minutes from the meeting held on August 12th, 2021. Unless members have an objection to those minutes. If you have an objection, now would be the time to note it. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve.
I believe that was Senator Settlemyer. Or was that Senator Dennis?
Dennis.
Senator Dennis. Thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second from Assemblyman Watts. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. I hear none. Motion carries. We will move on to agenda item 4, overview of the bill draft request 29-1109, authorizing the creation of the innovation zones. And so at this time, we have a number of different presenters. We have Mr. Ernott, Ms. Combs, Ms. Reagan Thomas, we have Mr. Vasiliadis, Mr. Guerrero, and Mr. Hobbs. And just a reminder to you folks that we don't have the screen share. So as you move through your presentations, just let us know exactly where you're at so we can make sure to follow you accordingly. But I think at this time, we are handing it over to Mr. Ernott, President, Government and Public Affairs with R&R Partners.
Thank you and good morning. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, for the record, Pete Ernott with R&R Partners, here today representing Blockchains Incorporated. Since the innovation zone concept first burst onto the scene in the governor's state of the state in January, maybe no single issue other than the pandemic has had more discussion, worldwide publicity, bit of controversy, and of course, no shortage of opinions. Unfortunately, what this concept hasn't had is a hearing on the actual bill draft itself. The bill draft was the product of months of hard work by some of the most experienced public policy people in our state. It was created thoughtfully and with an underlying foundation of responsibility for the magnitude of the ask itself. It's important for the committee to know we understand exactly what we're asking for and why. We understand the risks and we understand the enormous rewards for the state and our economy. Now, of course, last session was a unique session to say the least, and this is a very unique concept. And so the fact that we weren't able to see this bill draft in time for the adequate hearing process is completely understandable and what led us here today. And just in reference to one of the earlier comments, yes, there were a number of additions and amendments, 8 all, that were submitted that did not make it into this bill draft. Obviously, we were very respectful of the LCB and their time commitments, and these are issues that I'm sure will be taken up en masse at a later hearing. We wanted to focus today on the bill draft that we were afforded by the Council Bureau and then move on to other issues in the future. Words on a page, an actual bill draft, facts to discuss and debate. A reckoning day of sorts we have, the opportunity to walk this committee finally through an innovation zone and what it actually is, how it's created, how it would operate. No more hyperbole, no more what ifs, Today we have the facts. And facts matter because in the past many months, we have found ourselves in a position of discussing what an innovation zone isn't as much as what it is. It's often said that an innovation zone gives government powers to a private company. It doesn't. Today, you'll see and hear the innovation zone will be an autonomous government with the exact same rules, laws, regulations, transparency, and accountability as every other municipality in the state by design. It's also been said the innovation zone is a corporate tax shelter. It isn't. In fact, not only does the innovation zone not require any tax incentives or abatements, it would pay every other tax that any property owner, business owner, or county would pay. And in some cases, at the highest statutory rate allowed. And of course, it'll also pay an industry-specific tax on the technology itself. Lastly, it's been said that this isn't constitutional. It'd have to go to the ballot. That's not true either. And I'm sure all of you know, because you're students of Nevada history, that when Nevada was created in 1864, there was only 11 counties. And now, of course, there's 17. So 5 other counties would take Carson City out of it. They're unique in many ways, one of which, of course, is Carson City is a combined city and county. But the other 5 counties were created in almost exactly the same way, simply by legislative action, number one. And ironically enough, for much the same purpose. In fact, the last county to be split off from another was our most populous county, Clark County, which was split off from Lincoln County to take full opportunity of the expansion of the railroads, which were an emerging technology then, in Southern Nevada. So those are all the things an innovation zone isn't. What an innovation zone is an opportunity for Nevada to become the epicenter of the most important emerging technology of the future, blockchain. In order to position ourselves as a global leader, our idea is to build the most cutting edge, environmentally friendly smart city in the world that reimagines how we work, live, use energy, natural resources, transportation, and technology in our everyday lives. It's also a chance to reform our entire Nevada economy forever, for the next century, with an unprecedented strength and unprecedented diversity. And what's the ask? A government as innovative and as advanced as the technology itself. And today, we'll walk you through how to do it. Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to introduce, with your indulgence, Allison Combs, who will walk us through the bill draft itself.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Combs.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee today for this time today. For the record, my name is Allison Combs, Director of Public Policy for R&R Partners. In your packet, I believe you have the PowerPoint for presentation today, and I will give the prompts of the slide numbers that I am referencing as I go through the presentation. Starting just with the cover slide, slide 1, the overview of Nevada bill draft authorizing the creation of innovation zones.
And Mrs. Combs, I'm just gonna kind of, it looks like this for those who are, well, mine's not in color, but this is that first packet for that agenda item. Make sure everyone's almost quite literally on the same page. Well, I guess, you know what I mean.
Yes, thank you. And the slide numbers are in the ribbons on the left-hand side of the slides, starting on the second slide. We are here today to go through the technical aspects of the original bill draft, BDR 22-1109, that would authorize the creation of innovation zones, including the application process, and if approved, how an innovation zone would be governed as a political subdivision of the state. So moving to slide number 2, the presentation will go through the provisions of the BDR, including first, the general ideas and vision that guided the development of the bill draft. Second, the manner in which the BDR itself is drafted as a general act. It is enabling legislation with applications statewide and not for the creation of one particular innovation zone. Next, we move into the different stages of the development of an innovation zone, as the BDR is laid out somewhat chronologically. The first step in the development is the application process, starting when an application is filed. Next, if the application is approved, then there follows an initial period of permissive operations until the next stage of development, which is triggered when the zone elects to fully assume all county services and duties. And then the final step in the zone's development is triggered when the zone meets the threshold of 100 registered voters for holding elections for offices in the innovation zone. Legislative oversight is, of course, built into the process and into the future. So moving to slide 3, starting with the overarching ideas or vision that guided the drafting of the BDR and the reasons for requesting it, many of which are reflected under the legislative declaration drafted in section 2. And of course, the purpose of an innovation zone, which is to develop or advance the use of innovative technology in the zone. And moving to slide 4, starting with section 2 of the bill draft and the legislative declaration, the first subsection jumps into what has been mentioned previously, that this bill is about economic diversification and development. And subsection 1 reiterates the importance of economic diversification for the general welfare of Nevada's inhabitants and its fiscal vitality. Moving to slide 5 and into subsection 2, the legislative declaration highlights the importance of new, inventive, and creative programs and incentives for Nevada to be able to compete not only in the national, but the global marketplace, and to attract new types of businesses and foster economic development, particularly in emerging technology and innovative industries. Moving to slide 6. Subsections 3 and 4 move to the reasons the proposed legislation is before you today. Subsection 3 highlights that the traditional forms and functions of local government, political subdivisions, are not adequate alone to provide the flexibility and resources conducive to making Nevada a leader in attracting and retaining these emerging and innovative industries and fostering economic development. And thus, under subsection 4, to accomplish these objectives and provide for new sources of revenue for the state, an alternative form of local government political subdivision with the powers and authority that are proposed under this bill draft as an appropriate means and necessary method of furthering economic development in Nevada, and will benefit and serve those within the new political subdivision as a valid public purpose. Moving to slide 7, interwoven throughout this bill draft is the guiding vision and purpose of an innovation zone, which is to develop or advance the innovative technology for which the zone was created. And provisions throughout the bill draft reflect this purpose, but the language under section 19 of the bill here is called out as it is one of the sections that clearly and comprehensively ties this purpose, starting with the application process and carrying it through into the governance and development of the zone. Section 19, which will be discussed in more detail later, includes mandates for the zone's governing board, the Board of Supervisors, and specifically requires that, in addition to the board's other duties, that of running this political subdivision, the board must adopt policies that facilitate the timely and effective development of the zone and the use of the innovative technology in its government administration and services in accordance with the general plan that was approved by the state in the application process. Moving to slide 8, and now moving into the next portion of the BDR and drafting it as a general act as enabling legislation with a new chapter in NRS. Moving to slide 9. As stated in the summary at the beginning of the BDR, it provides for the creation of innovation zones. This enabling legislation authorizes, but does not create a particular innovation zone. And as stated in the title, the subject embraces the BDR, that the BDR is for economic development, providing for the creation, organization, and governance of innovation zones created again for the purpose of developing and advancing certain innovative technologies. Moving to slide 10. The next, we'll start with section 1 of the BDR. This section creates the new chapter for the substantive provisions of the bill under NRS Title 22, which includes laws governing cooperative agreements by public agencies, regional transportation commissions, planning and zoning, development and redevelopment. Moving to slide 11. Next, the BDR includes definitions for the new chapter. Section 4 defines an applicant as a person who submits an application to establish an innovation zone. Section 5 gives the same meaning for blockchain as it has already been defined in NRS under Chapter 719. Under Section 6, board means the Board of Supervisors of an innovation zone. Under Section 7, Executive Director refers to the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOED. I'd like to highlight Section 8, which is pulled into the text box on this slide, and again, includes again the purpose of an innovation zone. It is an area created to develop or advance innovative technology. And Section 9 in the second text box defines innovative technology, meaning any new or emerging technology or novel use of an existing technology to address a problem or provide a benefit in government administration, government services, nonprofit organizations, or private enterprise in the state. Section 10, the term office refers to GOED. And Section 11 defines the term qualified developer, which is used in the application process and means a professional developer of real property with expertise and relevant experience in the design, development, master planning, financing, and construction of major mixed-use projects. Moving to slide 12. Next, for both clarification and substance, the BDR amends the preliminary chapter of NRS, Chapter 0, that includes definitions and other provisions that apply throughout NRS. Under Section 35 of the BDR, NRS 0.0305 is amended to provide that the term Board of County Commissioners, as used throughout NRS, also includes the Board of Supervisors of an innovation zone. Under Section 36, NRS 0.033 is amended to include an innovation zone under the term county, with the same limitation that applies to Carson City under that section of NRS, which is to the extent the new chapter treats the innovation zone differently, the new chapter will govern. Thus, all provisions, requirements, duties throughout NRS for counties and boards of county commissioners are now intended to include and apply to an innovation zone. Moving to slide 13. We next move into the portion of the BDR that directs the different stages of development of an innovation zone. These sections of the BDR, again, are laid out somewhat chronologically, starting with the application process in sections 12 through 15 of the BDR. Moving to slide 14. Section 12 sets out a list of technologies that are accepted as innovative technology for purposes of applying to create an innovation zone. This list includes blockchain, autonomous technology, the Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, wireless technology, biometrics, and renewable resource technology. This section also authorizes the GOED Executive Director to expand this list by regulation if a technology is not listed here that satisfies the definition of innovative technology under Section 9 of the BDR. If an applicant proposes an innovative technology for a zone that is not specified in the bill or has not been added by regulation, the executive director cannot schedule the required public hearing on the application until determining whether the proposed technology meets the statutory definition. And finally, this section authorizes GOED to adopt regulations deemed necessary or in the public interest in carrying out the application process, the provisions of the application, and the appointment of the board members. Next, moving to section 13. This section sets out the requirements for the application to create an innovation zone. An applicant must apply to GOED for approval on the forms required by the GOED executive director, and the applicant must meet the rigorous requirements set forth in section 13 that are discussed on the next 3 slides. And now moving to slide 15. First, starting with subsection 2 of 13. The proposed area must consist of at least 50,000 contiguous acres of undeveloped land owned or controlled by the applicant. It must be located in a single county. It must not be part of a city, town, tax increment area, or redevelopment area, and it must not have any permanent residence on the date that the application is filed. Moving to slide 16. Subsection 1 sets forth the requirements that must be included in the application and therefore met by the applicant. And these include a description of the innovative technology that will be developed and used in the innovation zone and the applicant's specialized knowledge of or experience with that technology. Again, these provisions reflect the vision and purpose of an innovation zone. Only those seeking to establish an innovation zone for developing or advancing innovative technology would be able to apply under this legislation to create one. And the applicant must include a comprehensive general plan, which is important. It is not only a requirement for the application. If the zone is approved, the plan will serve as the governing board's mandatory guide or blueprint for developing the zone. And this requirement distinguishes an innovation zone from other traditional local governments. And this plan must include a description of the proposed development within the zone, including the necessary infrastructure and residential, commercial, and industrial land use of the zone, an estimate of the number of employees anticipated to be engaged in construction of the infrastructure, commercial developments, and residences, and the number of employees anticipated to be employed by businesses in the zone within 10 and 20 years after its approval. And importantly, the plan must include the manner in which the development will incorporate innovative technology throughout the zone. Next, the applicant must include a qualified developer who meets the definition under section 11. Going to the next slide, slide 17. The applicant must also provide satisfactory documentation of investing at least $250 million within the boundaries proposed for the zone before the application was filed. And the applicant must commit to an additional $1 billion investment in the zone during the 10 years following approval. The applicant must provide certification that the public utilities and natural resources necessary for the proposed development are or can be secured. Must provide an estimate of the economic impact of the zone within 10 and 20 years after approval. And also must specify the legislatively approved industry-specific tax or fee on the particular innovative technology to be developed in the zone, along with an estimate of how much this will generate. It's important to note that this tax or fee is approved under separate legislation from this one, and approval of an innovation zone is contingent upon its passage. That legislation must also specifically indicate that the tax or fee qualifies for purposes of creating an innovation zone. And finally, the applicant must commit to submitting the required reports to GOED and the legislature, and must provide any other information required under the form by GOED. Moving to slide 18. So a person applies to GOED and submits an application that meets the requirements under the bill, under statute. Section 14 sets forth the next steps in the process. The GOED executive director must hold a public hearing on the application within 60 days of receiving a completed application. During this time, the BDR allows amendments to the application before final action. And the executive director must issue a final decision within 30 days after the hearing. Moving to section 15, upon the filing of the application, the proposed area is essentially frozen. No new restrictions upon the land or special districts may be established by other governmental entities until the application is denied or withdrawn. This is to ensure that the land remains as presented in the application with no new encumbrances. And any such actions within a year prior to the application could be voided by the Innovation Zone's Board of Supervisors, if the zone is approved, of course. Moving to slide 19. If an application is approved, the next stage in the development of an innovation zone is its initial operations. And remember, at the time of approval, it's still undeveloped and uninhabited land. Sections 16 through 22 of the BDR cover the effect of the approval, the appointment of the Board of Supervisors, and the authority the board has and does not have during this initial stage. This initial stage is something of a permissive period when the board can gradually take over services and duties from the county when it is ready. And this period could continue for a few years. Moving to slide 20. Starting with section 16, upon approval, the zone becomes a local government and political subdivision of the state, governed by a Board of Supervisors with the powers and duties of a county, except as limited by other sections of this BDR, which will be discussed. The existing county's ordinances and duty to provide services continue until the new board exercises its power in an area, at which time the zone's exercise of authority controls. The county also continues to receive any tax or fee revenue that supports these services. It is the same for county officers. They continue to have the same responsibility until the zone assumes the duties of that office within the zone. The zone's board is prohibited from impairing any outstanding bonds or other obligations for which the property was pledged as security that existed when the application was submitted. And there is an effort throughout the BDR to not impair existing obligations. And finally, section 16 clarifies that the creation of the innovation zone does not modify the boundaries of any existing GID within the zone. And the zone board exercises the same authority for existing NRS as any other board of county commissioners with regard to territory within that zone that overlaps with an existing GID. Moving to slide 21. Section 17 provides for the initial appointment of an independent Board of Supervisors by the governor after approval. It also provides for filling vacancies and for the selection of a chair. The board will have 3 members. The governor appoints 2 members from a list of nominees from the applicant. The 3rd member is appointed based on qualifications and experience that would enable the appointee to carry out the board's duties. They're appointed to serve 4-year terms, although the 2 of the initial appointments are for 2 years to provide for staggered terms. And the supervisors continue to be appointed until elections are held pursuant to section 32. Importantly, to ensure that the board is independent of the applicant's interests and operations, none of the members can have a pecuniary interest in the applicant or a commitment in a private capacity to the applicant's interests. All members must be residents of Nevada. The members may be removed by the governor for malfeasance or nonfeasance in office. It's also important to note that the board members are public officers under this section, and as will be discussed under section 19 as well. They are subject to and must comply with the existing laws applicable to any other political subdivisions and their officers. Moving to the next slide, slide 22. Section 18 covers salaries and provides that the board members are entitled to the same salaries paid to the county commissioners in the surrounding county to the extent that money is available for the zone. The Board of Supervisors establishes salaries for officers and employees of the zone, which must be reasonable and commensurate with similarly situated public officers and employees. Moving to slide 23. Section 19 of the BDR includes important provisions governing the duties, responsibilities, and limitations on the zone's board, officers, and employees, including being subject to the laws governing political subdivisions and public officers, restrictions on taxation authority, protections for existing contracts, and the use of innovative technology in the zone's development and governance. And we'll walk through each of these subsections individually. So moving to slide 24. Subsection 1 clarifies that the innovation zone and its officers and employees are subject to all laws governing other local governments, including, but not limited to, the limitations on liability under NRS Chapter 41, public records under NRS Chapter 239, the open meeting law, Chapter 241, ethics in government under NRS 281A, and the general provisions governing public officers and employees under Chapter 281 of NRS, including eligibility for office and employment, hours, compensation, financial disclosure, and whistleblower protections. Moving to slide 25. And starting on subsection 2 of section 19, this subsection prohibits the zones board during this initial stage from imposing property taxes, fuel taxes, and sales and use taxes until the time it elects to officially assume all of the duties and services of the surrounding county under section 23 of the bill. In addition, the board cannot impose a tax or fee for any service provided by the county unless the zone has assumed the responsibility for that service in the zone. For the C tax, this zone is not entitled to a distribution from the local government tax distribution account. These significant limitations on the board's authority are a key difference between this stage and the next when the zone elects to take over all county duties and services. Moving to the next slide, slide 26. Under subsection 3, any contractual obligations of the applicant or restrictions on the use of the land owned by the applicant within the zone that existed when the application filed remain in effect. The zones board is given the authority to assume the obligations or negotiate modifications to the extent that any of these obligations or restrictions conflict with the general plan that was approved in the application process or the development of the zone. Moving to slide 27. Subsection 4 was discussed previously as part of the guiding vision for the innovation zones in the BDR. The subsection states that in addition to its other duties of running the political subdivision, the board must adopt policies that facilitate the development of the zone and use innovative technology in the government administration and services, nonprofit organizations, and private enterprise to carry out the approved plan. This plan serves as the board's blueprint for developing and governing the zone. This subsection also gives the board the authority to amend the general plan, but any amendments must be consistent with the general purpose of developing or advancing the innovative technology for which the zone was created, and these amendments must also be recorded under section 34 of the Act. Moving to slide 28. So under section 29 as discussed, certain taxes are prohibited during this stage, but what about other taxes and fees? Under section 20, except as limited by section 19, the board can impose any other tax or fee that a county can. As a general rule, if it's not excluded, the board will be able to impose it, or the zone board will be able to impose it. But if the tax or fee supports a service provided by the surrounding county, the zone board must give 60 days notice to the county before it assumes the service and imposes that tax or fee within the zone. Until that time, the county would be receiving the tax or fee revenue since it's providing the service. Subsections 2 and 3 clarify other methods through which the zone will be able to generate revenue, especially in these early years when there are no residents and the development is just getting started. Business license fees and development agreements. Subsection 2 gives the board the authority to act as a business license department. It generally would have this authority, but this provision is included for clarification and efficiency because under NRS Chapter 364, which governs business licensing, multiple county offices are involved and the zone may not yet have created all of those offices during this initial stage. Subsection 3 gives the board the specific authority to include a provision in development agreements for payment for support of the innovation zone that may be used to pay for authorized costs. Moving to slide 29. Section 1 keeps the innovation zone in the judicial district of the surrounding county. A later section in the bill, section 37, amends chapter 3 of NRS to require the zone to contribute to the cost of the district court. Section 21 also authorizes but does not require in this stage the innovation zone to create a justice court after giving notice to the county and the applicable justice court. If created, the new justice court has jurisdiction over cases filed on or after the date of its creation, and the appointed justice of the peace must meet the statutory requirements for that office. Moving to slide 30. As you'll recall from section 16, in general, county offices still have authority in the zone until the board is asked to assume the duties of that office. Section 22 gives the Innovation Zone Board the authority in this initial stage to start assuming the duties of one or more county offices, including the clerk, recorder, sheriff, treasurer, assessor, auditor, district attorney, and public administrator. The Innovation Zone can create county offices and can consolidate them as it deems appropriate. An example is Carson City, where the offices of clerk and recorder are combined. The appointees must be Nevada residents, meet the statutory requirements for that office, and may be removed for misconduct. The board may also enter into cooperative agreements with any local government in Nevada to perform these duties. 30 days notice to the county and the affected officer is required before assuming the duties of the office, and the authority of the county officer ends when the zone assumes responsibility for that office in the zone. An exception is provided for the election powers of the clerk or registrar of voters until the zone first holds elections. The zone board can create that office or contract for those duties, but those offices just can't have the election duties yet. Moving to slide 31. The initial stage of permissive operations after approval goes along for several years as the zone gradually assumes county duties and services. The next step in the development of the zone is triggered when the board determines that it is prepared to assume all county services and duties within the zone. Sections 23 through 31 and 38 govern this next stage. Moving to slide 32. So under section 23, when the Board of Supervisors determines that it is prepared to assume within the zone all duties and services of the county, the Board of Supervisors must give notice to the county of its intent by April 1st before the start of the next fiscal year on July 1. The assumption of duties takes effect on July 1, and the intent of this 90 days notice is to allow the county and the zone time to prepare for the transfer. This also facilitates the zone submitting its budgets according to the Local Budget Act as intended. In this stage, the zone transitions from a more permissive time of being able to assume duties and services to a mandatory period when it must assume all county duties and services. At this time, the board may also elect to assume the responsibilities of the school district. Prior to this time, it could not do so. If the board chooses not to at this time, it may do so at the beginning of a subsequent fiscal year after providing notice to the Board of Trustees of the school district in the surrounding county by April 1st. As drafted, the board is not allowed to consider assuming the duties of education until this stage. Moving to slide 33, section 24 clarifies the impact on county authority in this stage. Effective July 1, after the notice is given, the county and its officers no longer have authority, including taxation authority within the innovation zone, or a responsibility to provide services. Of course, much of the duties would have already been assumed by the zone in the prior stage before it decided to assume all duties. The exception for election duties continues until elections are conducted in the zone under section 32 of the Act. So at this time, county ordinances also no longer apply. The board has a mandate to review all of the ordinances and adopt any that are necessary for the operation of the zone prior to July 1. Moving to slide 34. Section 25 now requires the establishment of a justice court if one hasn't been formed previously, and also requires the assumption of the duties of all county offices to the extent that it hasn't already taken place. The same options apply with the ability to create the office, combine offices, or contract with another local government for the services. Moving to the next slide, slide 35. If the zone board elects to assume the duties of the school district when it takes over county duties under section 23, section 26 makes the board of trustees for the zone school district. This section also gives them authority to establish public schools, contract with charter schools, enter into a cooperative agreement with another district as provided under existing law, or any combination thereof to provide education. For the purposes of NRS, the board is deemed the school board and the innovation zone is deemed a school district, and all of the related laws would apply. Sections 26 and 28 include provisions to ensure that the money follows the student. The board will now be imposing property taxes, which will be discussed under section 27, which include taxes for the support of education. But the board only receives funding, the education funding, if it has taken over education. If not, the county school district does. Section 39 is a technical amendment to NRS 392.010. Existing NRS allows the admission of students from adjoining districts under certain circumstances. And this amendment clarifies that counties adjoining the county that surrounds the innovation zone are considered adjoining to the innovation zone as well, for purposes of admitting pupils in their school districts. Without this clarification, the only adjoining district would be the surrounding county. Moving to slide 36. In this stage, when the zone assumes all county duties and services, the taxes that were prohibited in the initial stage of development, property taxes, sales and use taxes, and fuel taxes, are now mandated, but with certain requirements unique to the innovation zone with the intent of protecting the surrounding county. So starting with property taxes under section 27. This is a rather complicated section, but its intent is to keep the county whole. The board must impose a property tax at the maximum rate allowed under statute, including the school operating rate and any taxes to be imposed by a county upon the property within the zone. It pays the mandatory taxes according to existing statute, and then out of the property tax revenue, pays the surrounding county an annual hold harmless amount. It is then allowed to retain any remaining amount. There's an assumption built in that the property values will go up in future years as the development continues and will serve as a revenue source for the zone as it grows. The hold harmless amount paid every year to the county in perpetuity is an amount equal to the county's property tax on the property in the innovation zone from the year before the zone assumed all duties, minus mandatory state taxes and an amount to cover off bonded indebtedness until that amount is paid off. Under section 29, the board must impose sales or use taxes that match the rate in the surrounding county to avoid price competition between the zone and the surrounding county if, for example, the zone were to impose a lower rate. This match, the required match, is achieved by imposing all mandatory sales and use taxes under NRS and an additional tax at the difference between the mandatory taxes and the total rate then in effect in the county. The difference between the current rate in the county and the mandatory taxes goes to the zone, and this also helps generate revenue for the zone. The innovation zone may use this revenue for any purpose allowed under NRS. Sub 4 allows the innovation zone to impose any other optional sales or use taxes that a county may impose, and requires the zone to impose any other mandatory ones that come up subsequently. Under section 30, similar to sales and use taxes, and for the same reasons to protect the county, the board must match the county rate for fuel taxes and may use the revenue as allowed in the governing tax statutes. Since this requires the matching of exact taxes, And since some of these fuel taxes require a vote, this section deems the county vote sufficient approval. The C tax is addressed under sections 31 and 38. At the beginning of each fiscal year, before other calculations and distributions are made, the zone receives only the amount generated in the zone in the prior fiscal year as provided under NRS 360.680, which is amended by section 38. And section 38 amends this statute to provide for this allocation to an innovation zone, which is the same existing approach as for enterprise zones under NRS. Moving to slide 37. The final stage of the innovation zone's governance evolution is triggered when it is required to conduct elections because it hits the 100 registered voter threshold under section 32 of the BDR. Moving to slide 38. Remember, there are no residences in the zone when it is created, residents in the zone when it's created. As there are some that continue to vote in the county elections, as they're surrounded by the county and they have some interest, even though the officers of the county may have limited authority. Section 32 requires that when there are 100 registered voters residing in the zone at the beginning of an election year, January 1, the county clerk or registrar from the surrounding county notifies the zone board, and the board must hold an election that year for officers, including members of the board. The board again has the authority to combine county offices, and now the residency requirement within the zone applies. As drafted, the terms will align those elections with county elections, and subsection 5 clarifies that these people are elected like county officers, and once elected, have the powers and duties of the corresponding county office. Moving to slide 39. At any time after the election provided for in section 32, if the Board of Supervisors has elected to assume responsibility for education in the innovation zone, section 33 allows the board to provide for the election of a school board at the next general election. 3 trustees would be elected to 4-year terms that are initially staggered. The elected school board thereafter assumes responsibility for education in the innovation zone and has the same authority granted to the board to provide education for pupils within the zone. Moving to slide 40, into the final portion of the presentation, legislative and state oversight. Slide 41. The innovation zone is required under section 34 of the Act to submit biennial reports to the legislature and the Governor's Office of Economic Development by December 31st prior to each legislative session. Each report must include detailed information and updates since the zone was created and since the last report. And these reporting requirements include the amount of capital investment in the zone, the physical progress in developing the infrastructure for the zone, and the progress in securing necessary financing for such development, an estimate of the number of employees engaged in construction of commercial developments and residences within the zone, and the number of employees employed by licensed businesses in the zone, the businesses that have been licensed within the zone, the estimated economic impact of the zone itself, the amount of revenue generated by the legislatively approved tax or fee on the innovative technology in the zone, and an estimate of all state revenue generated from all taxes imposed in the zone, any general plan amendments since the last report, and importantly, a description of the use of the innovative technology in the zone and how the innovative technology is being advanced in the zone. Moving to slide 42. There are 3 primary areas of legislative control. First, this legislation itself, authorizing the creation of the innovation zones in the first place, including the requirements to be eligible for consideration for approval to create an innovation zone, and if approved, how it's structured and governed, and of course, the mandated reporting under the BDR. Second, the requirement for a separate bill passed by the legislature to create an industry-specific tax or fee on an innovative technology to be used in an innovation zone. And that legislation must specify that that tax or fee qualifies for purposes of creating a zone under the new chapter. Without it, the application cannot move forward. Finally, prior to each legislative session, the legislature and the governor's office through GOED, which will receive the reports on the zone's progress, development, and operation. If something's not working, it can be addressed legislatively, depending upon what the issue may be. And this remedy applies in all legislative sessions going forward. Finally, moving to slide 43, the last two sections of the bill are technical. Section 40 is a standard severability clause, and Section 41 provides an effective date of upon passage and approval. So once again, thank you for the time today to present this bill draft request. And our panelist is here to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mrs. Combs. And so if I'm understanding right, then the rest of the presenters you have, they don't have specific presentations. They're just on hand to respond to questions that committee members have, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So in that case, members of the committee, we've had a walkthrough of the language. So we'll go ahead and open it up to questions. And so if you've got a question, just raise your hand and I'll make sure that I try to keep you folks on track. So I see Senator Dennis.
I'll start. I have a long list. I'll just do one question and see if anybody else asks any of the other ones as we go along, and I'll come back to it. So you addressed the issue of the seed tax. I guess I want to know a little bit more about that. How that, I mean, initially it's not impacted, but once you take over all services, then you get something similar to what the other zone that currently do that. Can you talk a little bit about that, and would it require any additional would it impact how the CTAX, even after you're fully functioning, how the CTAX would it be?
Yes, I will take an initial response to that and ask the panel members to jump in if they would like. The zone only receives the amount generated in the prior year. It's not intended to delve into the CTAX. It operates exactly like enterprise zones, and it again receives only the amount generated in the prior fiscal year. And I did the other panel members to expound on that if they would like to.
Senator Dennis, this is Jeremy Aguero. Just to expand on that just a bit. The idea is for both the first tier and the second tier distribution under the consolidated tax to not be affected by this. Essentially, what revenue is generated essentially inures back to the zone itself. So the idea here is for it to not have any of those effects, not be a guarantee county like some that I know you're aware of in the state of Nevada, and not to be a subsidizing county like what we have in the state of Nevada. Whatever that revenue is generated in that prior fiscal year essentially inures to the benefit of the zone to be used for the provision of services. It is a relatively simple and straightforward solution that shouldn't create any formulaic problems within the consolidated tax.
Thank you. And actually, let me ask one more different subject. Talk a little bit about the school district funding, how that would work. I mean, as I think about it, just because I haven't really thought about it until you just talked about it, how that would impact all the rest of the districts. Because, you know, having a smaller district with fewer students is actually more expensive per student than, you know, if you have a lot. And so that, talk a little bit about how that would impact the other districts.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll take a stab at that one. Senator Dennis, I'm going to be cautious about explaining something to you that you pretty much created. So forgive me if I'm going into too much detail or not enough. The dollars will follow the students. The equity adjustments that exist within the county of origin will continue within this county as well. They will receive the same formulaic adjustments, and the dollars will follow the students. Both the weighted funding as well as the base funding will follow the students, whether they're in the zone or whether they're outside of the zone, depending on the election period and what that election is made. So to, again, boil it down to its essence, those students will receive the same amount of funding they would have otherwise if the zone had not been created under the pupil-centered funding plan recently enacted by the state of Nevada.
So with the adjustments that are made for the county that it's in, is that the same adjustments that they would receive?
Yes, Senator Dennis, that would be correct. Obviously, the adjustment that would be necessary there would be determined whether it's a charter school or not a charter school. As you're well aware, there's some distinctions there in terms of how ultimately it operates. But yes, it would be treated like any other school in any other district anywhere else in the state of Nevada under the pupil-centered funding plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stop there for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I do have our tax staff available, knowing that we might have some questions in this. So I just want to check in with them real quick and see if there was anything they wanted to add in terms of clarification or additional comments on the C tax piece.
Madam Chair, this is Russell Ginden, Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division, Legislative Counsel Bureau. I just think that there might be some discussions that would have to be had with your LCB staff, with Mr. Aguero or Ms. Combs or others, with regards to the C-tax provisions, because it's reconciling the current statutory provisions that are in the NRS for the C-tax versus looking at the language that's actually included in the BDR, and then being heard what is verbally being said as to what the vision is for those words that are in the BDR. Because one of the issues is that we'll have to discuss is that there are some of the C-tax revenues that they're not generated in a place. They are collected and then distributed, such as cigarettes and liquor. So there's going to have to be some discussion and or reconciliation as to getting the statutory provisions correct to match the vision. Because I'm not sure at this point in time that what is in the BDR would effectuate what was being verbally stated. Of course, that could be part of a misunderstanding on my part, but that would be something that if this committee and or the legislature was going to move forward with such a proposal, then there could be discussions that would have to be had by your LCB staff with others to work out the necessary statutory language. Because I'm not sure whether there would need to be changes made to those actual statutory chapters, which are implementing the taxes and having them be distributed at the first tier in each of those chapters versus just this somewhat generic language that is currently sitting in the BDR. So, Madam Chair, that was just the comments that I would have as staff. And so I think this is the first opportunity for your staff to try and match up what's verbally being presented with the words in the BDR. And so and then trying to match that up with the current statutory provisions.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So there might be some tightening up and some more specific details to get through. Okay, appreciate that. All right, Senator Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask this question related to Senator Dennis's question. I had a different one as well on another subject, but to keep it in line with the C-tax discussion, representing Fernley as I do, let's just say I have some experiences with C-tax and the concepts put forward when communities start and state they don't want C-tax, and then things change. I see this potential community, though, as being one that would be a benefit. After all, why would we create it or think of creating something if it is not a benefit economically? And in that respect, why should they not be contributing to C-Tax?
Madam Chair, this is Jeremy Aguero. I'll try to take a stab at it. Senator Settlemyre, I think they are contributing to the consolidated tax, right? The taxes that they're generating within the region are just being brought in to the mix. I suppose perhaps the question, and I'm clarifying my own, and you can tell me whether I'm not thinking about it right, is whether or not they could somehow or should somehow be conceptualized as a guarantee, as a subsidizing county, right? Where they're generating so much in taxable retail sales, for example, that under the provisions within the C-Tax, where they would be redistributing that money to other jurisdictions, that somehow they should be treated in that way. I mean, obviously that would be a long way out. And I think the primary goal was to make sure that no other jurisdiction was actually subsidizing them as part of this process. The issues you bring up relative to Fernley, I think, are very fair, and ones that we had a lot of conversations about as we were sort of going through this exercise. Obviously, the goal at the outset here is to provide all services and then receive all of the available taxes. So I don't think that we're going to run into necessarily the same challenge that was created in that particular situation. And obviously, the changes in the consolidated tax, you're going to have to remind me, 2011, 2013 were designed to try and avoid some of those same things from happening again. But obviously, with Fernley being, at least in my recollection, the only new jurisdiction that's been created that sort of had that same challenge, we don't want to run into that again, because I think those are some legitimate concerns that Fernley has, and they've been difficult to sort of resolve as we've gone through this. That having been said, I want to make sure that there's nothing about this that would make this innovation zone or anything that's created would be receiving any type of redistribution of consolidated tax dollars in. Mr. Gendon's comments are ones that I take very seriously, and obviously he has a great deal of knowledge and experience relative to that. There would be no effort to try and, even respecting the fact that things like cigarettes and liquor are relatively de minimis in terms of the aggregate totals, in terms of what's distributed, we certainly would want to make sure that those are situs back to the point of location and not sort of created any other way that would result in any kind of redistribution of those funds. So, that being the ultimate goal, and I'll come back to what Ms. Combs said at the end of her presentation, to the extent, I suppose, that so much revenue was being generated somewhere down the line that the legislature needed to revisit the consolidated tax and its distribution. It would always have the ability to do that, as the state of Nevada has done since the consolidated tax's inception. Again, I think that the primary effort was to ensure that we weren't sort of stepping into that guarantee status, which would have meant a redistribution of dollars back in to the district.
I appreciate the clarification, and I agree with you, Mr. Guerrero. That's what I was trying to ask, is to ensure that they did not become a guarantee. However, being a sending one, in order to benefit communities around, if they generated excess revenue beyond that status, would seem beneficial to those communities around the rest of the state. In vernacular that I'm used to is usually whether you're called a cash county or a cow county. However, this isn't a county. But I think you understand, you very well understood what I was trying to get toward. I greatly appreciate that opportunity to ask that question, Madam Chair. I'll hold my other question for whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Senator Settlemyre. I would make sure all members get a first round of questions in. Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions as well, but I will just do one or two and then see what other members have, and might ask for another round if we have time. So, one question I actually would like to ask that's a little bit bigger picture. We've heard and received some comments and heard during public comment about questions and concerns with the bill. So I was wondering, or the BDR, so I was wondering if you could just provide some big picture background on how, since this has first been brought out and discussed with stakeholders, what changes have been made to incorporate some of the feedback that's been presented and address some of those concerns.
Madam Chairwoman, maybe I can take that one on. Senator Watts, great question. So a couple of things. This bill draft was delivered to the Council Bureau in February, in accordance with obviously statute from the governor's office. And over the course of the session, we had a number of conversations with different stakeholders from mining to other counties to general improvement districts. There was a number of different items, environmental compacts and social responsibility issues as well. Unfortunately, in the final draft that we received, none of those were incorporated into the bill draft, which is fine from the standpoint that we have a bill draft that we began with. It had sort of the predicate issue here of how this is created. And we thought rather than pick and choose which ones we talked about today, or that we drank from an even more enormous fire hose in all of the issues of this, is it talking about them in mass and in detail in subsequent meetings. So there's issues about the mining industry being exempted, like as I talked about, GID issues and a number of different things. And we had planned to talk through those again in future meetings. In a perfect world, they would have been incorporated into this draft, but the last 6 months has been anything but a perfect world for all of us, including all around the legislative process.
Thank you, Mr. Ernott. I appreciate that. So, I just think we'll need to have some additional follow-up so that we can begin to see some iterations of red lines that show some of those things as we move forward, as you're kind of taking the lead in gathering that feedback and trying to figure out how to address it, as well as being kind of the visionaries behind the proposal. So we're looking to you a bit to see how you take that feedback and incorporate it even in a draft version, knowing that it might not be exact LCB language, to see how some of those things are addressed. But I appreciate that feedback.
Thank you. And we did, just so you know, we did draft them. They are drafted. And so, they'll be discussed in detail, much like this was. We're excited about it. I mean, we're proud of the fact that there was a lot of work done with stakeholders through the legislative session, even though it didn't progress to a formal hearing during the session. So we're as anxious to have the conversation as you are, hopefully, to participate in and hear it.
Great, I appreciate that. And I think it'll be helpful once we're able to discuss that version as well. So it sounds like it'll be a little bit more up to date. The other question that I had is around section 13, sub 1F. And it's really this language around can secure. This has been, I think, one of the top issues for me. So, the language, and just to pull it up here, certification by the applicant that the applicant has secured or can secure access to public utilities and natural resources necessary for the development proposed for the zone. And so that can secure language is, in my opinion, pretty speculative and opens the door for potential issues in having the zone approved and begin to go underway without there being the water resources or other resources or utilities to actually sustain the full build out. Particularly with water and in many of our other communities, the state engineer signs off on subdivision maps to make sure that the water resources are available. Here in Southern Nevada, the water authority has to show that the water resources are available before building permits can be issued. So I was just wondering if proponents could speak specifically to that can secure language and why that was included.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I appreciate you asking it. Our assumption on that, obviously, GOED will be the determining factor, the authorizing entity, but our assumption on that is it work exactly as you just discussed. I mean, I think it's rather precedential, and I think everybody sort of understands, regardless of jurisdiction, how water and development are indelibly linked. And I mean, it's formulaic, if you will, as it comes to permitting of how much water is needed for a significant development. We would suspect that it would work exactly the same way. I mean, there's a practical reality to this, right? I mean, you can't build something without water from a standpoint of even if you wanted to, it's impossible, right? And so one sort of it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. But the second part of it, I think, is the most important part. We realize our responsibility not just to the water sufficient to build this project, and understand that the very essence of a smart city is that this project would use a small fraction of all natural resources, water being one of them, that a traditional development would use. So the amount of water we're going to be talking about by nature is going to be smaller, and that's a good thing, right? Because the innovations that will be made in water and wastewater will mean that a lot less will be used. The footprint will be smaller. But we understand the responsibility for the entire region, in northern Nevada especially, being so dependent on the Truckee River, and it being such a subject of many years of discussion and litigation between all the different stakeholders, from the Pyramid Lake tribe to the Fallon farmers, and all the Reno area in drinking water. We clearly understand the importance of this, the importance of getting this right and getting all of those stakeholders part of it. So this isn't just us going out and trying to find water deals to make sure we can check a box that we have the prerequisite amount in acre feet to build 15,000 homes and 20 or 30 million square feet of commercial. This is about a regional water solution as much as anything. In the course of the last 3 or 4 months, I've afforded us the opportunity to have some very involved conversations with a number of the stakeholders to move that forward. I would suspect that you would hopefully be impressed at the point in which we have that discussion in the sequence of these meetings, that we're talking about it as such, that it's a regional water solution, understanding, especially in this basin, that the Truckee River is sort of done. I mean, the easy stuff is done. And so the next chapter of water in development in northern Nevada, not just this project, any project, is going to have to deal with importation. And that importation gets everybody involved. And so I don't see this being anything different. In fact, I think that it's a catalyst of some of those things. Earlier there was a comment about the impact on the infrastructure, whether it's transportation infrastructure or what have you. We're vividly aware of the impact this would have, and we look at it whether it's from the existing lands bill, whether it's regional water issues, that this becomes part of making the infrastructure, whether it's transportation or water, in the entire corridor better as a result. So I know that's probably a longer, more complicated answer than you wanted, but there's no possibility this goes, that the cart gets 100 miles in front of the horse. It's not going to be built before there's water. It's practically impossible. Not completely.
Thank you, Mr. Arnott. I appreciate the detailed response and complicated response, because it's a complicated issue, and so I appreciate that you respect that. And I know that I assume at some point in the future we'll have a more detailed conversation about some of those resource issues. So I don't need to get too far down that track with you. But I do think, in terms of looking specifically at the policy, that can secure language would be something that we want to circle back on and try and button up to make sure that there is no way that the cart can get in front before the horse. So with that, I do have a couple other questions, but I'll hold and see what other members have.
As you might imagine, everybody that owns 2 drops of water in northern Nevada is reaching out to us. So, and it's right now, it's a catalyst of change in how water is going to be dealt with going forward.
No, I appreciate that. And my main thing is I want to make sure that, again, that under this language, that we can't have a scenario where there may be water rights, but there isn't actually a conveyance method. And so that we've permitted the zone and it begins moving down the process, but that water can't actually get to the site, for example. So that's why I just wanted to bring up that issue that may need to be tightened up with the language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. And we will be having on future agendas where we talk about kind of the impacts and the regional considerations. We'll make sure that there is, I imagine, going to be a very healthy conversation about water, because when we talk about water, our ears all perk up because we are good Nevadans who care about our resources that way, and we know they're scarce. So I appreciate the questions on that, and we will definitely be doing a deeper dive going forward on when we come to future agenda items. The Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You want
Actually, I have a question on the oversight. In section, I think it was 19.4, the innovation zone gets approval from GOED to set itself up. It gives its master plan or general plan. And then they can amend it after that. If I understand correctly, there is no more oversight. So they can submit whatever they want to GOED, get approval, and then later on change it to what they may have really wanted or without any oversight on it. Is that my understanding correct?
This is Allison Combs for the record. Under section 19, the board does have the authority to amend the general plan, but there are restrictions on that within the statute. First, it does have to be consistent with the general purpose for developing the innovation zone, but most importantly, any and all of those amendments have to be included in those reports to the legislature and to GOED. So there will be an opportunity to review any amendments to see if they are consistent with the purposes of the NRS chapter and the intent of establishing the zone and the original plan.
But so if the legislature or GOED doesn't agree with the oversight, can they invoke and actually take charge of the zone's plan then? Or it's, to me, they're given full immunity from everything. Yeah, we can look at it, but what authority do we operate with them on?
Well, broadly speaking, with the zone board, with this issue or anything else, they remain public officers who have to follow the requirements of their office. And they are required to follow the plan and the requirements of the chapter of NRS. And everything will be done as required under NRS law transparently. If there are any concerns in that area, there are opportunities in the future to be addressed legislatively as well.
Madam Chair, O'Neill, can I maybe put a little extra to that?
Give me once. The reports are all post facto. The legislature meets every other year, as we well know. So for X amount of time, they're operating without the oversight. I think that's where I'm trying to get to.
Sure. Well, and I appreciate that. I think that it's really important to understand that every underlying statute that regulates every single county in the state, whether it's 244, 281, what have you, still applies to the innovation zone, right? So every county of this state is a creature of the state. We all understand that. We all understand how the rules work. This operates exactly the same. So the oversight over the innovation zone is exactly the same on a day-to-day basis as it is on the other 17 counties. So that predicate has to sort of be understood before we even talk about the plans. But as Allison talked about, the legislature has oversight over the innovation zone, unlike any of the other 17 counties, every 2 years forever. And they can agree or disagree with changes that have been made. And obviously the legislature can make modifications going forward. But the underlying regulation is exactly the same as every other existing county. There's nothing different. In fact, this bill draft, as long as it is, as long as the presentation is, understand there's a whole bunch of this that didn't need to be drafted, because even though the transition period from when they have no residents to becoming an innovation zone is unique, once they do, it's not unique, in so much that all regulatory and pertinent statutes that govern Carson City, Douglas County, Clark County, Washoe County, what have you, will govern the innovation zone going forward too. So there's no lack of oversight at all.
I appreciate that. I'll look at it some more and get back. Thank you, though. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think many of my questions have been addressed. I had the opportunity yesterday to go out to TRI and to see the area that would be innovation zones and just talk to them about some of the issues. And one of the issues I was also concerned about was water. And I learned yesterday when I was out there that there is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they said there is about 20 years worth of water under the blockchain's land. And so my concern is, okay, so we have 20 years of water. What happens after the 20 years? So I'm glad we're going to have a further conversation about water, because I think we can't just think about right now. We have to also think about the future. And I'm also a bit concerned about the infrastructure needs that for the county, as if this were to happen, and the cost for those infrastructure needs and who would pay for those infrastructure needs. And if you could address that a bit, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, Madam Chairman, to you and through you to Senator Lang. When you're talking about the infrastructure, you're talking about infrastructure for the innovation zone or infrastructure needed by the county they would be exiting?
Well, I'm thinking about roads and, you know, you're going to get increased traffic on the roads. So who's going to pay to add lanes to the road or put new roads in? It's my understanding that the innovation zone would pay for their own needs within their own community. But that community, and when you increase houses, you increase the needs for fire, you increase the needs for other things. And I'm just wondering who would be responsible to cover those costs.
Sure. Well, within, and thank you for the question, inside the innovation zone itself, they would be responsible for covering all costs of their own infrastructure, whether that's law enforcement, fire protection, roads, transportation. Operates just like any other county. They have to build that, and probably, you know, realistically at the front end, the developer is going to have to cover, you know, a large portion of that until the transition is made to where, you know, tax revenue, whether it's property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, what have you, flows to the innovation zone. As long as Story County is providing those services, the tax revenue stays with Story County. I think Allison was very clear about that, is keeping that county whole. Not only that, but of course there's a payment in perpetuity of property tax going forward, even after the services have ended. But as far as the regional impact or the greater regional impact outside of the innovation zone, the way that we've thought about that, and that's obviously the subsequent bill in the tax for taxing the technology itself, is going to also talk about distribution. And that's been obviously a very almost sore subject in front of the legislature, depending on, you know, existing issues back to when I was in the legislature between Eureka and Elko County, of the impacts on one county where the workers lived versus where the tax revenue went where the mines existed. Right now, between Story County and Washoe County, of course, there's an ongoing you know, concern between the existing impacts that exist now with the, you know, wonderful and successful development that's been done at TRI. So we're very cognizant of that impact going forward. And the idea would be in the distribution of the taxes on the technology itself, that it would be divided in a couple of different ways. One would be a distribution to all 17 counties to understand that, and that would be 25% of the overall revenue would go to all 17 counties in obviously attempt to address the impacts of the entire state. But as importantly to your question, the other 25% of that would go to the adjoining counties, which in this case would be Lyon, Washoe, and Story, to deal with all of those sorts of things. There's been a number of different ways. Madam Chairwoman has had a bill. There's been a number of different ways to look at how to deal with impacts. That was just our idea, and that's one of the 8 additions that have been drafted that we're going to talk about in detail, is the tax distribution. But we want this to be something that addresses those impacts and gives each of those counties the freedom to do with that money as they will, and deal with what impacts, be they social or infrastructure based, that they feel are priorities for their own counties. But I think that gives an opportunity to deal with it in a very, very fair way. So hopefully as we get into that part of it, we can talk more about how exactly we're going to deal with that impact. But we understand that, you know, we can't make this problem worse. It's also important to understand that part of the reason that those impacts are created is because of lack of housing. Just understanding that this project builds 15,000 households. And so that the idea that people would work here but live somewhere else, so the tax money would go to one county, but the services would be provided by the county where everybody lives, is not the case here, because we're providing and building adequate housing for the entirety of the development. And so that basic impact hopefully is much, much less than what exists today.
Thank you.
All right, I've got a question and then we'll go into opening it up for follow-up questions from members with additional questions that you might have. So we've got kind of the different phases of what would be a, kind of decades long of, this legislation kind of playing out over a series of decades, right? So I wanted to get an idea of time frame, kind of how long you imagine each phase running its course before another phase starts, right? So I, correct me if I'm wrong, but I kind of essentially have 4 phases. One is the application phase, in which you're establishing the innovation zone. Second is going to be while the board is being run by the Board of Supervisors. And then you've got your 100 residents criteria in there. And then the change to when the innovation zone would assume all duties, and then the assumption that that's how, once you get to that point, that's how you would maintain going forward. We've heard some different timeframes that this would take 50 or 70 years to come to fruition. So could you kind of walk through what you see over the next few decades, these different pieces of legislation coming into effect as the innovation zones concept moves through from application to assumption of all powers?
Sure, and I don't know, Jeremy, I don't know if you want to take this from the underlying assumptions in the economic development plan, or you'd like me to take it from the sort of planning and development side of this.
Either way is fine. I mean, I don't know if you want to just talk about some of the application process at the front end. Chair Benitez Thompson, there's no doubt that the extension over the development time horizon is relatively extensive. You're talking about building out a master plan community roughly the size of Summerlin, right? So, that's going to be a decades-long exercise. That having been said, I think the question you ask is a very important one, right? I mean, how long does the application process take at the front end? There are some pretty specific timelines in that application process, from the time that it gets received, essentially 60 days to be reviewed, and then those type of things, right? That application process is going to obviously be very critical as a critical path issue. You then sort of have the first phase of operations, right? As the infrastructure is being put in, as the backbone of the community is being developed, before you sort of elect to provide services, before you have a lot of citizens. And Allison's presentation, I think she alluded to the fact that that could be measured in years. Do I know here telling you, maybe Pete has better insight than I do about whether that's 2 years or 5 years? I think that's very difficult to sort of discern, because you're talking about building out a significant amount of infrastructure and building all of that around it. beyond that, I think then you're in to the actual development of the community phase, right? This sort of, maybe I'm mixing two phases that you brought up, Madam Chair, as opposed to one, but you're talking about all of the phase in terms of that sort of full-fledged development, providing services, building out a city. And I think that phase will outlive all of us, right? The whole idea here is to build a community from the ground up, entirely different than what we've seen previously. And in doing that, allow for it to last into perpetuity from that standpoint. So Pete, I don't know if I hit on all the phases, or Madam Chair, if you want me to sort of dig into it more deeply from how we evaluated it from an economic impact standpoint, because we did have pretty defined sort of timelines in order to make assumptions relative to that. But Madam Chair, I don't want to leave you with the impression that those are somehow etched in stone, because I just don't think that's the way it'll actually work.
I appreciate that, Mr. Guerrero. More what I was trying to think of is, like, for example, the Board of Supervisors that's initially appointed, and whether or not that might be something that is, you have an area with an appointed board, and but you don't reach the resident threshold for maybe, I don't know if we're operating under Board of Supervisors for appointed Board of Supervisors for 5 years, for 10 years, or 15 years, or whether you imagine, the goal is going to be to get your 100 residents in there within 7 years, and then you're switching from that elected board or from the appointed board to the elected board, and then that elected board, operating and taking 2 decades before they would do an assumption of all duties. So that's, it was kind of more general, like in this, knowing that this is kind of decades, what might we in Nevada expect to see as this unfolds? I don't imagine we're going to be at assumption of all duties within a decade, just because it seems to be, but we might be, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm asking for, just as I hold the thought in my head, what does this look like? And, where are we in terms of benchmarks in year 10 versus year 20 or year 30?
Sure, Madam Chairman, obviously it's sort of impossible to guess the exact time frame, but I think probably the best way to think of this is the sort of logical sequence of events. Yeah, the application is either approved or denied. If it's approved, then the initial 3 board members are appointed by the governor. And I would suspect that the next move would be towards the commercial development, because obviously the commercial development and the success of the commercial development is going to drive as much of the idea of how big the infrastructure needs to be in the smart city, right? They're indelibly linked as they are in any multi-phase development like that. So I would imagine that the commercial development would precede the residential development. The good news is it's not like there's going to be 100 people just sort of show up one day and the houses have to be built. It all has to be planned by the developer. And so, we'd be very eager for the residential portion to begin and the threshold of the 100 registered voters to begin, because once it functions like every other county, there's never any disconnection between the ability to tax, the ability to administer public money from an appointed board versus an elected board. That's why the threshold is set so low at 100 voters, is we're eager to get into that position as well. But, I would suspect that before a shovel goes in the ground, that we're anywhere in the neighborhood of 3+ years before, this begins, just out of, again, the enormity of this project, all the planning that it takes. As Jeremy talked about, this is the size of Summerlin. And so the planning phase of this is going to be, quite some time. So I would suspect 3+ years before, we get the hard hats and the silver shovels and the press opportunity for who's ever governor then to, flash a photo.
And I guess one of the reasons why I'm asking, I know that before we've, this is the first times we're having a conversation about the language and actually talking about what this would look like and how it would play out and really getting into NRS. And I think a lot of the the public dialogue has kind of been focused on, at least from my perception, is that you would get to kind of the Board of Supervisors, where you have a board of 3, 2 of which are coming from the proposed applicant. And then you've got commercial development. And so I guess that's why part of the reason why I was asking the question is because I think most of the public narrative seems to stop right there, that's kind of what might be envisioned when people talk about the, the criticism, the critique around creating a company town, right? That you've got appointed board versus elected board, and then over commercial development, and would it just sit there? And so I hear you saying that the intent is not for it to kind of live in that phase for decades and decades. It might take some time, but the goal would after commercial development really is to get residents in there and see elections happening, and then moving forward. It is the intent at this point is a progress through.
Right, and I think that question's spot on. That is sort of the essence of the concern and controversy. Before you even get to the idea of an autonomous government, is the challenge here is from day one going forward, right? We had to start with the idea that no one lives there, right? So how do you start it from scratch, right? Now, the idea of having 3 board members appointed and 2 coming from a list from the developer, but that cannot have, pursuant to this bill, any pecuniary interest in the development whatsoever. They can be an employee, any of those sorts of things. That actually has precedent. That's sort of how redevelopment areas are done now. So this isn't something we just created out of whole cloth. There is precedent in other, special improvement districts or redevelopment districts to do it exactly this way in that transition period. But yes, the faster we get to a fully elected board, the better for the developer too. Understand that until that happens, until there's that phase in which the tax dollars flow to the services, the developer has to underwrite all of the costs. So everybody's properly motivated to move to that phase, because until there's tax dollars coming in, the investors and the developer is sort of the sole source of revenue, other than some, building fees and some of those things that they'd have the authorization to do, which would be obviously small potatoes compared to all the infrastructure that Senator Lang had asked about. So everybody's motivated to move from the transition period to the elected board for a number of different reasons.
Okay, thank you. My next question, I think, is probably a little bit more focused towards Mr. Aguero. And so the $1 billion investment over the 10 years, so after the application is approved, and other pieces of legislation where we've talked about investments, we've tied in kind of benchmarks. So saying that we would want to see this type of investment in Nevada by kind of this kind of date. And obviously this is, we're not in a space where we can talk about clawbacks, right? Because there's really not much to claw back. We're not doing an abatement of taxes here. So I guess knowing that this is thinking about that in a different way, is there a vision even kind of generally for the public about what benchmarks we should be looking for over the course of that 10 years to know that this project is on track in the way it's being talked about and proposed today?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. And I think it's dead on relative to the issue, right? It's sort of 2 things. Number one, the first part of your question is there's no clawback because there's nothing that the state is sort of putting in, right? There are no incentives here. There's nothing to sort of take back. But I think that the reporting requirements that are included in the legislation as they currently exist are as robust as just about anything that you would see, right? What is it that the public can expect to see? I think it's the investments making their way in. It's the placement of the infrastructure that's being set up and put into place. It's the application process to go through. Remember that as part of that application process, they have to provide a master plan around all of that, right? This is what we're going to build, and that includes how we're going to go about building it. making sure that all the financial elements are put in place, those type of things. Every one of those hurdles that you'd have in a traditional master plan community would be there. Beyond that, you also have the hurdles that would come from the establishment of government services themselves. You talked before about these sort of major hurdles that are part of the establishment, the Board of Supervisors being appointed, you know, those type of things, hitting that first 100 people, all of those type of things. I think every one of those public and private elements would come together to provide a very meaningful timeline to demonstrate that it's that they are making progress. And beyond that, the concept of having to have this relatively robust reporting should add to that. Madam Chair, I'm going to apologize in advance. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm at my office. These guys don't come around to I don't know, trim the trees outside my door unless I'm on a conference call. So forgive me for that. I apologize.
It's okay. I have horrible hearing. I can't actually hear any of your background sound. So whatever you apologize for, I can't hear it anyway. So, all right. Okay, so committee members, additional questions that you have, Senator Dennis.
Thank you. I think these are a couple quick ones. One, in part of the presentation, it was discussed, I think in the phase up, I just remember the phrase, any local government to provide services. Could somebody talk a little bit about that? It just kind of caught my attention that, you know, if they needed some services, they could go to any local government in the state of Nevada.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Please, if somebody else wants to start.
Under the bill, and I'll start and feel free to jump in, but the county can establish the offices, it can create the offices, it can consolidate offices like clerk and recorder, or it can go into a cooperative agreement with another local government, say, you know, in a nearby local government to provide those services. So it would be under a cooperative agreement that they would contract for those services.
But it wouldn't necessarily be just anything that's close by. They can contract with any local government in the state of Nevada, right?
Yes, and I should say the duties of the office is what, and they could contract, as you said, with any other local government in Nevada to do the duties of the office.
Okay.
And Senator Dennis, as you know, too, I just so everybody sort of understands the underlying premise of an interlocal agreement. It's contract, right? No one's forced to produce the services without proper revenue. And so an interlocal agreement has to be a willing provider and a willing payer. So those interlocal agreements would, by default, be in the best interest of both parties, or they wouldn't, of course, agree to them.
Right, but there's nothing in there that says that the county they're in would have the first opportunity to provide the service. I mean, they could just they could basically go to whoever gives them the best deal, right?
Well, I guess I think there's probably some practical limitations to that just from a geographic standpoint. I mean, look, if here's a practical example. Let's ultimately innovation zone when it came to schools would prefer that the kids that live there still go to Story County schools. Well, then the money that goes to Story County schools to provide that service would remain the same. If they decided to contract with fire protection from Washoe County, they'd have to deal with with an interlocal agreement with Washoe County. Obviously entering into a local agreement about providing fire services from a county hundreds of miles away just wouldn't work, right? So I think there's a practical limitation to a number of those services being provided.
Yeah, and while of course we're talking about innovation zones, so with technology, they could probably contract with people even outside Nevada, probably provide some of this stuff if they were doing it. But which leads me to my next question. And you may have already kind of talked about this, but we're talking about innovation zones, and some of this stuff is going to take a long time to get up and running. And as we know, technology doesn't wait for things to get set up; it just keeps going. So I mean, when they originally might get set up for a certain technology, but within 10 years, that technology could be, you know, they could have moved on. So what's the, I guess, the thought process in all of that?
Great question. So I would like this. I mean, part of this is to understand, and I know that you certainly do, Senator, and I think the committee members as a whole understand that the blockchain technology, the reason we talk about it as the most important emerging technology of the future is that there's so many other technologies and applications that are made better or run off of the foundation of blockchain technology. The best way to think about it to the layman is if blockchains was Windows, that all of these other things, you know, AI and robotics and nanotechnology and even cryptocurrency, a lot of those things become like, you know, Word or Excel. They're just an application that run off of or become made better, more secure, more independent by blockchain technology. So we believe that blockchain technology becomes the common thread, but really the applications to it are limitless. And so by that, it's almost, I mean, there's those in this world that believe that the development of blockchain technology is metaphorically exactly the same as the internet itself. It's going to be that sort of monumental going forward. And so we believe that the associated technologies that are developed in association with blockchain are so limitless that the content available to this innovation zone and to be incubated and created in this innovation zone are equally limitless. The thing about blockchain technology right now is there's no destination. It's sort of everywhere. And there's little you know, places in the world that try to gain a foothold. The point of this is to have a bricks and mortar destination that is the global leader in the development of blockchain technology and all of those related technologies. So we believe the content will far outlive any of us, certainly me, but you know, far outlive any of us on this call. And it's a lifetime of content.
Well, and I appreciate that. I realize that, you know, especially with the blockchain, but the legislation talks about other technologies that could qualify for this, and some of those aren't quite the same as blockchain, in that they may be superseded much quicker than something like a blockchain.
Right, and that's a great question too, because this is written as a general law, right? And so another innovation zone can be done. So I think it's important to read eligibility requirements in their totality. It's not just the emerging technology. They have to have the 50,000 acres. They have to have the $250 million of initial investment and the you know, the agreement of $1 billion in over 10 years. They have to agree to a tax on the underlying technology. And so all of those things in totality come to the legislature, no matter how you slice it. If there's 5 other opportunities to do an innovation zone in our lifetime, the legislature gets to say yes or no. And with that underlying tax, that means the highest possible filter is placed on the approval, which is a 2/3 majority. A 2/3 majority by practicality has to say yes to any innovation zone, this one or any subsequent innovation zones in the future. So I think it's an appropriately high standard, not only just the ability, but the ability for the legislature to ultimately approve.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Ernott, I just wanted to clarify that 2/3 comment, just to make sure that I'm understanding right. Because so the proposed legislation, as we see it, to allow for the establishment of an innovation zone is not a 2/3 vote requirement. So I guess when you say going forward at some point that there would be a 2/3, what triggers that?
Sure. So one of the basic eligibility requirements to be an innovation zone is that, and that this is in this bill, that you have to have a tax established on the underlying technology. And so if that tax wasn't implemented by the legislature by 2/3, you wouldn't be eligible to be an innovation zone. So this bill itself isn't a 2/3 bill, but in all practicality it is, because if the tax wasn't passed, you could never be eligible pursuant to this bill and you'd never become an innovation zone.
So I read the section, so on the application process, because the language for in here is that the applications shall be approved. So could there be a situation where the application and the zone gets approved, but then the specialized industry specific tax could not be approved, or is this written in a way that could not be a reality? And that's in section 13. And I guess once again, so we don't lose the public and where we're talking about what, be sure to cite your sections. So in section 13, H is the industry specific tax. But also in the rest of the section is that, once the application is submitted, that it shall be approved. So I guess, and maybe that's more of a question for legal to sort out, but I guess I hear you saying your intent is that regardless the applications and that the zone would not be allowed to be established without that industry specific tax, correct?
If I may, Madam Chair, under the section that you're looking at, paragraph H, under the industry specific tax, there is language in there that specifically says that if the tax or fee is not in existence at the time of the application, approval of the creation of the zone is contingent upon enactment of the tax or fee.
Okay, perfect. So that would negate all of the other shalls that follow it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Additional questions from committee members? Senator Settlemyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you're going to be shocked by this question, but we're going to be giving taxing authority to a new entity. Why would it not be a 2/3 bill?
I think that is a question for Mr. Fernley.
Thank you. It would not be a 2/3 bill because the bill itself would not impose the tax. The tax would have to be imposed by subsequent action by another body. So while the legislature would be authorizing that action, the legislature would not be imposing the tax. The tax would in fact be imposed by another entity. If the legislature considered a bill to impose the industry-specific tax, that bill would be a 2/3. The bill to impose the industry-specific tax would be a 2/3.
I appreciate that. So much like when we're dealing with sending to the counties the authority to raise a particular tax, this is the same way. Since that governing authority would be the one raising the tax, it falls to just a majority vote, and then the governing body has the decision by a majority vote to implement said tax or fee, correct?
Correct.
Okay, appreciate that. The other question I had, if I could allow a different question, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, go
that
ahead,
being
Senator
said,
Settlemyer.
that being said, one of the things that I'm reading in this bill, and if I could just get clarification from someone, is it seems as if, to me, that Story County, which I do represent, would somewhat be a provider of last resort if this entity decided that they wanted the children or the sewer or whatever to be administered by Story County. Story County would have to do so. Well, the entity would have the right to instead change its mind in contract with, let's say, Lyon County to send the children to school there, or to do it virtually, again, as Senator Dennis alluded to, online with a different group, from wherever. Or if they wish, they could contract and bus their children to Washoe County. But Story County, in essence, though, would be the provider of last resort for services and would have to do it at the election of the entity. Am I correct? Or does Story County have the right to say no?
I'll start and then if other members of the panel want to jump in. In the initial phase, when it's just getting started out, the tax or fee supporting all of those services is with Story County, and the duty to provide the services and the tax revenue all stay with the county. Once the innovation zone elects to assume all duties, or if during that period it assumes one of those services or duties and it imposes any fee or tax revenue to go with it, then the innovation zone has assumed the duty, and it continues as any other local government would. It has to provide that service. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question well, or but once the zone assumes that duty, it stays with the zone.
Appreciate the answer. I think you're confirming what I'm saying. Thank you. And I have many other questions, but I'm not going to bring them up at this time. I think some of the questions will probably come up from other presentations, or we'll get them offline. I look forward to seeing amendments that were offered in the past and things of that nature. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, just real quickly, just so we make sure we're on the same page as it comes to providing services from the legacy county, from Story County. Again, the services and revenues are never separated. So any services that would stay with Story County also would stay with the commensurate revenue to cover the services. If those services in subsequent years were something that the innovation zone would like Story County to provide, it would only be done from an interlocal agreement that Story County would have to agree to. So there's never either a forced issue of providing the service, but any service that never transitions from Story County in that instance to innovation zone also would stay with the remaining revenue to Story County. And that's, of course, over and above the way that the bill is written, in which the payments go into Story County in perpetuity after all services have transitioned.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Ernott. However, I think the language within the bill says if they elect to do so. So if the innovation zone elects to do so, I guess what I'm indicating is that from my reading of the bill, Story County never has the decision to elect to do so. They have a requirement. And I understand what you're indicating. I'm just a little concerned with that. It seems to be a one-way street, in my opinion. So I'm just having a discussion about, is there a way within the bill to have a discussion that it's a two-way street? I understand what you're indicating. They get the money, so they have to provide the services. However, in most situations, counties have the right through zoning to decide that they don't necessarily want particular services in a particular area because it's too costly to put them in that area, and have that election by zoning rights. This changes that balance a little. And that was just a discussion I was bringing forward, but I appreciate your answer.
Simple answer is yes. Would we have that discussion? Of course. It's incredibly important to us that Story County, through all of this, is made whole, and even better than whole, hopefully, again, with the perpetuity of the property tax payments. But yes, we absolutely don't want to provide an unfunded mandate to Story County in any way. So if there's an issue, Senator, especially since it's your district, if there's an issue there, absolutely want to solve that. Nobody wants to force Story County to provide services that are economically unviable.
Okay, thank you, Senator Settlemyer. Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me a couple more questions. I have a couple, hopefully I'll keep them quick. First is in section 15, there's the kind of 1 year look back where certain designations or actions could be voided after the zone is approved, can you just explain why that provision was included and contemplated?
Real quick, Assemblyman Watts, which section are you?
Section 15.
15, got it. I thought you said it. I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, the restriction on a year look back, in the year prior to the application, there's likely an awareness that an application such as this may be forthcoming given the magnitude of the development of the land involved. And for any unexpected actions or actions placing encumbrances on that proposed area in a disadvantaged way, on this undeveloped and uninhabited land. The thought was that the newly created board for the innovation zone should have the opportunity to review those and see if it's consistent with the general plan as approved in the application process.
Okay, so essentially the concern is that there might be decisions that would tamper with the innovation zone's development in that year. And so this would give the zone, once approved, the ability to look back at those and void any that it finds contradictory to the plan and the application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have is really about section 22, as we're looking at the gradual assumption of duties. I have a few questions in this area. I guess a couple of logistical questions. First of all, I guess, and this also deals with section 23. So it discusses a 30-day notice under section 22 when an individual service or duty is being assumed or office. And then when total assumption happens, there's a 90-day notice period. And I was just wondering how those timelines were arrived at, and if that would be, considered adequate not only for the zone, who obviously would have a plan, I'd assume, to assume those duties, but also for the county that they'd be assuming them from, to provide, to prepare, and I would assume provide maybe some data to assist in the transfer. So could you just speak a little bit to those timelines and also why there's a difference between the 30 days in section 22 and the 90 days in section 23?
The 30 days notice, as you pointed out, is for an individual service or duty or office to take over. So it's one particular component. And so I think the 30 days was the number selected, thinking that that would provide notice for the transfer for that one service, a month-long period of time to make that transfer. The 90 days notice from April 1st is under section 23, from April 1st to the start of the fiscal year. That's the full 90 days to give them time to transition from this permissive period into the full mandatory period and starting on that fiscal year. Time to shift anything else that has not yet been shifted. In theory, most of it may have already been shifted at this point, but that will give them 90 days to transition. And then starting on July 1st is when the zone board will take over. It's the start of a fiscal year. So that's the time certain for those periods. That's the thought process.
Thank you. And then just digging in on something I stated in asking that question, is there an assumption that some of the associated data would be transferred from the county to the innovation zone? For example, voter records in the case of once the elections happen, or other relevant, assessment records or other things. Is there an assumption that, once that notice is given, that the local government must provide kind of the information that they have to the zone to help them with the assumption of that duty?
I think, yes. I mean, the 30, that is the idea. When you have that time frame, the associated information that associated with that office that appropriately would be transferred under existing NRS with any other requirements, transparency, confidentiality, everything would be transferred appropriately during those timeframes. And I'll invite any of the members of the panel to expand on that if they'd like to as well.
I was just going to use one practical sort of example of that. Let's just take the voting rolls because that's sort of the simplest part, right? Is that Story County under one scenario, of course, would keep that data when you went from the first voter to the 101st voter until, you know, it transitioned to where there's an election held in the innovation zone itself, which would be obviously a relatively short period of time and obviously not very much data at all. But there is a scenario by which the elections, you know, they may contract with Story County to operate those elections rather than perform them themselves. And again, another interlocal agreement. That's a service just like fire protection or any other service. And so in that circumstance, I think the data would have to be, you know, shared, of course, because this, if Story County is administering it, they would need the data to administer it properly. And so that's, you know, one example. But the other thing, of course, is all the data will be being created as either the commercial or residential portions of this are being built. And so it's not like there's a big giant data dump. It's sort of as fluid and transitional as the actual development itself. And at some point, when you reach that critical mass, they've taken over the services, they're duly elected, they function like any other county. Obviously, all the data would reside in the innovation zone, so there wouldn't have to be a transfer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, if you'll indulge me for one last question.
Yes.
Thank you very much. This has to do with Section 27, and I appreciate some of the intent that was already provided. That, you know, the goal is to reach full assumption and kind of that transfer as early as possible. And I just wanted to ask. Again, this is not my particular area of expertise, but, you know, I was looking particularly at some of the property taxes and thinking of a couple of things. One is the impact that could potentially, the negative impact to the county that's being exited, their bonding capacity, if there's a large amount of property assessed property value within the zone that at that transfer point is no longer kind of under the county's purview. And then also was thinking about what you stated earlier in terms of what that hold harmless payment is. And so the less the property that's developed at the zone at that point, the less that hold harmless payment is. And the more of that development and property value within the zone can be taxed, and that those revenues can be used within the zone. So I guess I'm really just asking, is that assessment correct? And does that create an additional incentive to transition away fully from the county as early as possible, both to avoid the potential bonding implications for the county that's being moved away from, as well as to generate additional property tax revenue for the zone?
Chair Benitez Thompson, if you don't mind, I'll take a.
Please, Mr. Hobbs. Yeah.
And actually, to a question that was asked earlier by Assemblyman Watts, just some additional clarity with regard to the notification dates and some of the thinking underlying that. The reason for the selection of April as the required notification month is that would make it concurrent with the filing of a tentative budget and provide adequate planning time prior to the filing of a final budget in May and actually moving into that fiscal year that following July. So that was the significance of selecting April, to provide that planning opportunity on both sides to file budgets on a timely basis and in accordance with state requirements. To your question about bonding capacity, that's a good question, because bonding capacity is generally based on a percentage of total valuation within a county. And certainly if valuation was to be reduced, overall bonding capacity would be reduced. To that point, and I don't happen to have it in front of me, and if I did, I suppose we wouldn't have the ability to share it on the screen anyway, but if one were to look at the indebtedness reports that are filed annually by the local governments with the state, that gives you an indication of the total bonding capacity within each local government in the state and the amount of that bonding capacity that is actually currently being used. That bonding capacity is generally measured in terms of general obligation bonding capacity, not in terms of things like revenue bonds and those types of things that don't affect the full faith and credit of the entity itself, as I'm sure you're aware. If you look at Story County, which I took an opportunity to look at the indebtedness report yesterday, the amount of outstanding general obligation debt, I believe the number was $891,000. I don't recall what the total bonding capacity is, but I could tell you that the $891,000 is a very small fraction, as it is in most counties and local governments throughout the state. Remember too, that one of the other limiting factors in all of this, the ability to incur and even get to the full level of one's bonding capacity, has everything to do with what your combined property tax rate might be. And certainly a lot of our rural counties are capped at the $3.66 statutory maximum rate and don't really have any headroom to rise above that anyway. So I think the indebtedness report would probably shine some light on the question that you're asking. The only other debt that Story County has outstanding is revenue supported debt. It's not general obligation supported, and that's supported by rates and charges from, I believe, their water and sewer agencies, and those would be completely unaffected by this because the pledge is the rates and charges for water and sewer, and that pledge would remain in force. There has been some discussion, and Mr. Ernott could certainly add to this, I suppose, with regard to any outstanding indebtedness, the $891,000 that I mentioned to you earlier, which I believe is a sales tax supported general obligation credit, that a couple of things could potentially happen. That debt could be fully defeased. It could be defeased by a single payment on the part of the developer or the funding for the annual payments. And I believe that debt matures in 2028, so it's not that far off. Could be put into escrow and paid by a trustee. It's a very simple matter to deal with. And in the overall scheme of things, fortunately, a very small amount of outstanding indebtedness. So hopefully I didn't over answer your question, Assemblyman, but I wanted to give you as much detail as I could.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. I very much appreciate that. I was able to keep up, and I think that's very helpful. I particularly appreciate the additional clarification on Section 23 with the timeline for that, and would just encourage you all to think about that in Section 22 as well, because certain services and offices could also have major budgetary implications to the local government. And so figuring out how they may be able to incorporate that into their budgeting cycle as well might be something worth considering. That's
and
all.
That was exactly the thought process. That was exactly the thought process. Assuming was that it would be adequate time for them to budget. But I think one other part of the indebtedness question, I think, has to be sort of steeped in sort of what's happening there now, right? Number one, nothing exists on this land, nothing. Right? There's no building currently. So the amount of property tax that's being paid to Story County right now in the totality of the 67,000 acres, Guy can correct me on this, I think it's less than $200,000, or it's close to that. It's nothing, right? So understanding that this sort of loss of revenue conversation has to be put in perspective. That's what's happening now. So let's go down the road, maybe a combination of your question and the chairwoman's question about sequence of events. Let's just think about this logically, right? As that begins to be developed, let's say we're 6-7 years down the road, right? It's 2027, 2028, right? And let's say that same land now is producing $3 million in annual property tax to Story County. And in that year, pursuant to this bill, the innovation zone applies to now or notifies the county they're now going to take these services over. They're now going to begin to implement property tax. At that moment, it's just for ease of discussion, it's a rounded off $3 million. Of course, it won't be, but let's just say that it is for ease of conversation. That $3 million will be paid to Story County in perpetuity, even though there'll be no services that are provided by Story County in that portion going forward. So understand that's how this works going forward. There is no money now, but once that notification is made of taking over the property tax, at that point, there's like a freeze, and that number has to be paid to Story County going forward in perpetuity. So just so everyone practically understands how this happens.
Thank you, Mr. Ernott. I appreciate that. And that was what spurred that kind of comment part of my question in terms of an incentive to reach full assumption of duties earlier, because then that is when that number is frozen, that then goes goes to the county, with everything past that going to the zone. So I appreciate that clarification. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me all the questions.
Madam Chair, if again, I can beg your indulgence to
sure,
a
Mr.
prior.
Hobbs, I do want to add one thing real quick, just so that people, just for the expectation that we'll go deeper into this piece of conversation too. I have asked the tax staff to work on and look at property value estimations for Story County in some specific kind of timeframes going forward, because there are other dynamics happening in Story County as well around property tax and sales tax. And so I knew that because we have such smart and interested legislators on this committee, that you all would be asking such questions. And so you'll see on a future agenda when they're ready to talk about what that will look like over time, kind of exclusive a little bit of blockchain, just what that county would look like going forward with some of the other dynamics that are coming into play.
Thank you, Chair Benitez Thompson. It reminded me as we were talking through some of the indebtedness issues as asked about by Assemblyman Watts. It reminded me of a question that Senator Lang had asked a bit earlier, and I thought it might be worth adding a little color and context here. And that was a question around the provision of infrastructure, which will be needed in a couple of different ways. I mean, clearly it will be needed within the smart city itself and within the surrounding area that would be within the innovation zone. And then there would be cross-border issues with other counties. And so you have a number of different jurisdictions that come into play. But I think one of the most important principles in this is that the innovation zone is expected to be accretive in terms of additional revenue and economic impact. That's certainly something that Jeremy could get into in quite some depth and has in the past with respect to what the expectation would be by creating all of the commercial enterprises as well as bringing in the residential, providing higher than average base wages, which then translates into higher disposable incomes and all of those sorts of things that are part and parcel to this. One of the other parts of the bill, I think Allison touched upon it as we were going through this. When the election is made and the innovation zone is receiving a portion of the property tax, the portion that isn't being used to hold Story County harmless, as Mr. Ernott talked about a few moments ago, which would go on to perpetuity, and as well would be receiving the amount of consolidated tax that is generated within the boundaries of the innovation zone, as well as other revenues, fuel tax being one of them, and other sources of revenue that are customary for counties and local governments to receive. All of those would be available to be used as security on bonded indebtedness on the part of the innovation zone. to address some of those infrastructure needs as well. So those that would be paid for directly by the developer are probably those that would be located directly within the smart city. But there would also be the ability to leverage off of the traditional revenues that the innovation zone would receive after election of provision of services to help bond for some of those other infrastructure needs as they're identified. That could be done with assuming the example used earlier, sewer and water. If that's provided within the innovation zone, rates and charges would be available, and those are customarily used along with connection charges, as Assemblyman Watts very well knows, having sat on a number of those committees in the past, to provide for that infrastructure, as well as the general obligation of the innovation zone and the other taxes that are customarily pledged for indebtedness. So there would be the wherewithal to address a bit of that. And then you would also have potential impacts with respect to NDOT roadways under their jurisdiction. But again, with increases in fuel tax, it wouldn't be completely without support for helping to provide a good amount of that infrastructure. It's the same way that other developing communities have provided for that in the past. But I just wanted to point out again that it's expected that those revenues that would inure to the benefit of the innovation zone after election and provision of services would be available for leveraging for infrastructure purposes.
Just a quick question on that, Mr. Hobbs, as long as we're there. And I'm sorry if I'm not seeing it kind of plain-faced in Section 30, but the state's 17 cents of the $100 valuation, the state keeps its portion, or all, is language proposing all of that, except for the hold harmless generated by the IZ stays in the IZ?
Allison can correct me if I incorrectly state this, but the property taxes as they're levied in any other unit of local government would continue to inure to the benefit of those who now levy those rates. So the state would continue to receive its 17 cents to support its capital programs.
Okay. Additional questions from committee members? Senator Lang.
Thank you. I want to ask a quick question about education. It's on slide 35, and it talks about establishing the schools, and at the end it says any combination thereof. I think that schools are really important, and the building is really important where the kids go to school. And I see a scenario in the current language where the innovation zone could contract with the Nevada, I lost the name of it right now, but to do everything online. And I just want to ensure that there's some language in there that talks about establishing a school. If you're going to have schools and the innovation zone decides to have schools in that area, that they do buildings and they don't do everything visual. It worked during the pandemic because that's what we've had to do. But there's lots of research that talks about how important it is for the kids to be together for their growth and maturity moving forward. So I would really like to see that language tightened up a bit, just so there isn't an opportunity to make everything visual, visual Zoom schools, and that we have the buildings where the kids go. Thank you.
That's a great point, and we'll look into some language to make you feel more comfortable about that. The idea was that they may have, a hybrid in which, say, elementary schools remained in Story County or in Washoe County, and they built a vocational or tech-based magnet school or charter school for high school. And so that there could be a hybrid of different levels of that. But one we didn't contemplate was a purely online school, nor would we want to do that. But, that's one of those things where and you're pointing out maybe the obvious that wasn't obvious to us, so we should close that loophole. I mean, obviously the world changed, right? So we have to think about those things now. And even from the point when we started drafting this, the idea of purely online schools being the norm going forward wasn't top of our mind. So we would be happy to shore that up.
Thank you. And I'd also think about, if you're sending kids, just because I drove that yesterday, so I'm familiar with the distance, but if you're thinking about sending kids to Washoe, for instance, it's a elementary kid, that's a long time on a bus, and kids would have to get up really early to get to school at the time school starts. And so I think those are all considerations. And from my perspective, it's better to have school in the community.
Agreed.
Thank you so much, Senator Lang. And I think we have to be mindful that this could be 60 years down the road. And if it's truly innovative, maybe everyone's attending holographically. I mean, who knows what the next big thing is, right? Additional members questions from members, Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sort of going to build on your question about 60 years down the road, holographic schools, if you don't mind. And I also apologize. I've lost the computer again and came back in case this question had already been asked. But it's to Mr. Aguero. His numbers, is he still on? I should first ask.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. The projections of your numbers are all, I guess, I want to know how you base that on, because when you look at blockchain, it's an outfit that hasn't produced anything yet, realistically, a product. Cyber currency or cryptocurrency fluctuates day to day. When you're looking out, how are you basing these projected numbers on information that changes minute to minute, and some of it isn't even materialized yet?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman O'Neill.
And speak up, I'm having trouble hearing you, sir. It may be me.
Somehow I hit the mute button, forgive me. Your question is a good one, and I appreciate it. When we think about the economic analysis, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I think we're being remarkably conservative relative to what the economic implications will be, both from an employment and an investment, ultimately requirement, and the sort of productivity in the state of Nevada, for all of the reasons that you just set forth. The future is incredibly unknown relative to this. And so, what will blockchains develop? How will it develop? So how did we go about the economic impacts then? Those are largely based on traditional real estate development, right? The development of a residential housing unit, the development of industrial space, the development of office space, right? There's nothing in the analysis that sort of imagines what potentially could be possible relative to innovation and the level of investment and what that may ultimately mean. Mr. Ernott, at the very beginning of this conversation, sort of talked about making blockchains analogous to the internet and what that could mean. I imagine that you and I could go back 30 years ago and could imagine what the internet would mean for the way that we do business, but it would be remarkably difficult to sort of ascertain or even imagine everything would be there. So, sir, directly to your question, I don't think that I've done it justice in terms of trying to capture that. What I have done is try to imagine what that amount of commercial and industrial and public space would be, what that amount of residential units would be, and what it would mean both from a construction and an operating standpoint in terms of what that level of investment would ultimately require. You bring up what I think is a question that is sort of been part of the fabric of this entire dialogue while we're here, and that is, why the creation of an innovation zone in and of itself, right? Why sort of have that? Why, I think some of the questions have come up about the potential implications on Story County or whatever county becomes the host county, and it strikes me as those your question and those other questions sort of come up, that so much went into this drafting of the bill around an effort to really protect Story County or protect the host county because of so many of these unknowns. I mean, the chairwoman brings up, sort of this theoretical, right? This idea that we may have holographic students or holographic classrooms. I don't know whether that's true or whether it isn't, but I don't know that I think it's necessarily that far-fetched from where we are. But let's just imagine all kinds of things that aren't as far-fetched as that, right? Let's just talk about things as simple as transportation, right? I mean, we talk about autonomous vehicles. Do they need street lights? Do they need street signs like you traditionally have, right? We talk about, as Assemblyman Watts talked about, in terms of the idea of thinking about energy differently. Well, if you have the preponderance of electric cars, the idea that a gas tax is necessarily going to be able to fund your streets is probably unrealistic. I don't think anyone wants to put that burden on the host jurisdiction for exactly the question that you asked and the Chairwoman Benitez Thompson asked relative to how different it may ultimately be. I mean, you look at what smart cities are trying to develop in terms of things as benign as trash collection. Right? You don't need traditional trash collection because you built it into the community. I don't know how many communities I've worked on during my career where a question comes up about the width of the streets because we have to have the ability to have a ladder truck or a fire truck be able to go up on a street and flip a U-turn. When you build that type of technology into a community, you no longer have to have that. That's so, again, to your question, the sort of theme that comes up, it's just so foreign to what we've seen before. Right? We know, for example, that 20 to 30% of the waste that happens in terms of energy and water all takes place as a result of commercial buildings and how they're developed, or the legacy systems, just the fact that pipes leak and those type of things. Modern technology today can essentially eliminate all of that, or at least to reduce it dramatically. We think about the way we get delivered healthcare, the fact that, I don't know, my dentist can receive information from my toothbrush, or if I opt in, my mirror can send information relative to my vital signs to my doctor. I mean, we're thinking about things that we can't even imagine today, and trying to somehow retrofit them into how we've done things in the past, it seems to me is almost impossible. So when you ask your question or some of those other themes that have been out there, I think it really underscores sort of this bigger question, the one that seems to come up, and we might as well take it on head on, and that is, why the creation of an innovation zone? Why the creation of a separate government to handle all that? And it's for the exact reason that I think has underpinned so many of the questions that have come out today. It's the goal of not trying to somehow alienate or be an affront to other governments, but rather to try and protect them because of how different this really is. And from an economic impact standpoint, it was one of the biggest challenges that we have. And again, directly to your question, it is probably the very reason that I am dramatically underestimating what the true economic and likely fiscal implications will be for the state of Nevada as a result of this.
Senator O'Neill, can I just one quick sort of easy way to think about the revenues in this? First is the simplest, the more traditional, as Jeremy talked about, the development itself. You're going to build buildings, right? You're going to build commercial, a lot of commercial, 20 to 30 million square feet of commercial, 15,000 households. So whether it was a smart city or it was Summerlin, it doesn't sort of matter when it comes to that. The property taxes and sales taxes and all those things that be generated from any development of that size are pretty easy to get your head around. The second part of that is driven almost entirely by the tax on the underlying technology. And that leads me to one point that is sort of an ongoing confusion, not yours, but other folks, in which we have a conversation between blockchains, and invariably somebody says, yeah, but I'm really worried about cryptocurrency. Understand that cryptocurrency is but one portion of a technology that's made better by blockchains. Back to the Windows versus Word. Okay, cryptocurrency is only one thing that can run on blockchains and is run more securely. But this is the point that I need to make. The transactions, all of the transactions that are made in this community are not cryptocurrency based. They're not cryptocurrency based. And that's like a fundamental confusion that no matter how many times we say it, folks seem to continue to confuse it. Blockchain technology at its core is a ledger of transactions. When it's operating at full tilt, say Ethereum, it is millions of transactions. The way this fee generates the numbers that Jeremy is talking about is much like a credit card fee, right? You go use your Visa card wherever you use it, in a bricks and mortar store, online travel, anything in which you use your credit card, there's a very, very small fee that is collected. That's exactly the idea here, that of those millions of transactions that will be created by the development of this technology, that processing, that small fee will be done here in that innovation zone. And those revenues go directly to the state, or as we talked about earlier, some distributed to the other counties and adjacent counties. So those transactions can be done with any number of currencies, not just cryptocurrency. So the idea of the volatility of cryptocurrency is such an infinitesimal issue when it comes to the transactional volume of blockchains that I just want to make sure that other folks don't become confused by the difference of cryptocurrency and blockchain, because they're apples and transmissions.
I guess along that, if I could ask a question then along that same lines, Mr. Ernott. So like we create general law in the state, you know, hypothetically, we're not creating special legislation for any one entity, and nor have we ever. But we're talking really specifically about one applicant that we know right now that's interested, which is blockchain. And so let's say that we get that blockchain successfully has an application, that they get through their governance board phase, they establish their commercial, they get to residential, they have an elected board. I guess, how does it work then to have a new form of government that is predicated upon one certain technology in terms of a mandated use by residents? So if we get 80 years down the road, are those residents, by the nature of the zone in which they're living in, mandated to use one product and one product only?
I'm not sure I understand from a product standpoint. I would say this: the underlying technology that would operate this community obviously would deal with a lot of different transactions. I don't know that it's necessarily mandated. It's obviously the foundational technology that runs the entire community, both commercial and residential. But companies obviously have a choice of whether or not they want to be part of an innovation zone and invest and build their businesses there. Then in turn, they have the opportunity for their residents to make a choice of whether they want to live there. And so the idea that the blockchain technology being the underlying foundational technology of both the commercial and residential community, and all of those related things we've talked about, whether it's smart grid energy technology, whether it's AI, whether it's nanotechnology, 3D printing, any of those sorts of things that are all be developed, people get to make that decision as they come in if they want to live in that environment, right? No one's forced to live there.
So I guess in that same way, would you say it's akin to a line of an argument that if a resident chooses to move into an area that has an HOA, and if you want to live here, your lawn must look like this. If you want to live here, your house must be within one of these 3 shades of brown or such like that. So if I'm understanding the logic right, is that how you would have it be comparable?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great metaphor. But I think the other thing too is this should be a great benefit, right? I mean, the point of having a sort of a seamless integration between the commercial aspect of this, the incubator, if you will all these technologies will be developed and executed upon in Nevada, and the residential space should be one of the biggest drivers to bring the best and brightest developers from around the globe here. one of the sort of better mousetraps here is that there is a complete integration between where you live and where you work, and there's no sort of break in the innovation. That's not going to be for everybody. But what we believe is that it's going to be something that is so unique and such a driver that it's going to bring the best people in that space here because it is completely unique. And so all of those things become, an inspiring, an incentive to be here in Nevada, living and working in this innovation zone. So it's certainly not, as we think of it, as a mandate. It's a tremendous opportunity that you can choose to do or not, right?
I guess if you'd allow me the indulgence, and I kind of follow through the logic through another step. If a resident is living in the innovation zone and there's only one type of technology in which is used there, so let's say for cashless transactions, will there be a choice of different types of cryptocurrency that they would be able to be used, or is everything only based on one business's platform? Do you get what I mean? Like I'm trying to think of the differences. Let's take the HOA analogy where if you want to build a community, you have an understanding up front about the rules and restrictions around which you will be a resident in that community. And they can, let's say your house can be these only 3 color paints. But if they mandated the production of those paints, and then you could only buy those paints from them, does the resident really have a choice? And so in that same analogy, if the whole community is based off of only one type of product offering, will they really have a choice?
Sure. So I think fundamental to the answer to that question is a deeper understanding of blockchain technology itself. At its core, blockchain technology, as we talk about those transactions, each of those peer-to-peer transactions have to be agreed upon between every party to the transaction. The idea of it is that everyone is empowered and equalized in those transactions. It begins with having your own identity, your own digital identity. It also has the ability to have, of course, your own digital wallet, which can keep a number of different assets, cryptocurrency being one of them, traditional currency being another, all types of other assets that can be held in a digital wallet. At the end of this, the way that the community works and the way the transaction works, everybody has to agree. So there may be opportunities for different things that are developed within the innovation zone or outside of the innovation zone that become an opportunity for that community to use and use better and innovate. They have to agree, right? They have to agree for those transactions to work. That is basic and fundamental to blockchain technology. That's why at its core, it empowers each individual, regardless of any social stature or any other quality and filter. So from a standpoint of the physical development of what the houses look like, your analogy probably said there probably will be some idea of what color the building should be, and whether or not you can park your RV if there is such a thing. All of those things like a traditional HOA. But as far as the services go, with the use of natural resources, energy, and all of those sorts of things, the fundamental blockchain technology empowers the individual, and everyone has to agree on each transaction or it doesn't work. So the idea that one entity could mandate anything in a community that is driven by blockchain technology is completely the opposite. It's an anathema to it. It's an impossibility, because that's not how it works. That's why it's such an incredibly important issue, especially for those people that are economically disadvantaged. It is the great equalizer. As you come into a transaction, it does not associate one entity that has more power than another. All have to agree. That's the unanimous consent on each transaction in a blockchain technology for it to work and operate properly.
appreciate that. So members, knowing that we got started later than we intended, knowing that we still have more presentations to go, what I'm going to suggest is it is 11:50, 11:49 right now. If we could take a 15, we're going to end this section of the, this portion of the agenda, take a 15-minute break, and I'm going to ask members to kind of, use that break to grab your lunch and attend to any personal needs you have. But then I'd like to come back at just after noon at 12:05 and begin on agenda item 5. We have Story County in agenda item 5, and we have 6 subsections under there. And so I know that's going to be a time commitment for us as well. So unless there's any opposition, we'll of course keep talking about more of these subtopics and future agendas. But for right now, I'd like to go ahead and end this portion of the agenda. All right, I don't see anyone throwing a complete fit. So we'll go ahead and we'll do that. So I'll put us in recess until 12:05. I want to thank everyone in agenda item 4 for being available, and I appreciate all the materials that you gave to us. For members of the public, you have that at your disposal. What we're seeing, you are able to see. And for our presenters under agenda item 5, we'll be ready for you at 12:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We are now live to the broadcast again, and you may proceed when you are ready.
Thank you so much. All right, we will go ahead and come out of recess and come back to our special joint committee to conduct a study concerning innovation zones. We are on agenda item 5, which is presentations by Story County. We have a number of different presentations here. Reminder to our public, our presenters and our legislators that our Zoom share function is not operating right now. And so our presenters are going to be giving us indicators of where they are in their presentation and to help us move through the presentation. So let us know your page markers and such so that way we can kind of all follow along. And we have A through G presentations. I believe we're going to be starting off with introductions and overview by Commissioner Mitchell of Story County. So if Commissioner Mitchell, if you are ready, we will go ahead and hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Happy to be here with you, and thank you for letting us share our thoughts with you today. I'm going to go ahead and introduce everybody. For those following along, the only material that I will be referencing a little bit later in my comments is the second to last one on the legislative website. It's entitled Story County Correspondence. It's a timeline of kind of what's happened in this process. And so I'll get to that in just a moment. Just wanted to give a little heads up before we get into it. I wanted to take just a moment as well. For the record, Clay Mitchell, Story County Commissioner. And I wanted to take just a moment to acknowledge the amount of work that has gone into this proposal by the proponents. It's not a simple proposal, and there are a lot of elements to it. And I definitely want to commend Ms. Coombs for presenting in such a clear way. So I'll make a few remarks to provide a little bit of context and introduce the members of our team. Then I'll turn it over to Mary Walker from Walker & Associates, which is one of our government affairs consultants, to take us through agenda item 5C, which deals with comparing governance models and some specific concerns we have identified with this proposed legislation. And we've invited our Justice of the Peace, Eileen Harrington, our local judge, to weigh in on some of the legal or judicial aspects as well. You know, Assemblyman O'Neill, you pointed out last meeting that the devil's in the details, and we'll definitely be highlighting some of those details. And then as we move into agenda item 5D, we'll hear from Story County Sheriff Gerald Antonoro, as well as Story County Fire District Chief Jeremy Loncar about public safety impacts. And after that, we will hear from Story County Superintendent of Schools, Todd Hess, who will be addressing impacts on K-12 schools. And then after that, we'll welcome Story County Manager Austin Osborne, who will share specific details about Story County, our recent history, and why we feel we're ideally suited to facilitate a project like this without a separate governance piece. And he will include Story County Comptroller Jennifer McCain, as well as Superintendent Hesbeck, who will discuss elements specific to their areas of expertise. So Chairwoman, we have heard your comments from the last meeting and previously about the need to discuss regional impacts, and our goal with County Manager Osborne's presentation is to further that conversation by sharing some specific data about Story County's role, size, structure, and the impact of abatements on the county. And we acknowledge that while abatements have traditionally been the coin of the realm, both in Nevada and nationally in attracting new development projects, there are different approaches that should be considered. And then at the end, I'll briefly wrap up, and our entire team will be available to answer any questions that the committee may have until about 4 o'clock. That's when we had to reschedule our county commission meeting too. So with your permission then, Chairwoman, I'd like to move into my remarks under item 5B.
Please do. Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell.
Absolutely. So Story County has been put in a really unique position in this innovation zone discussion. And at the last meeting, Assemblyman O'Neill referred to us as the opposition. And in a way, I feel we have been pigeonholed into the role of opposition, but that's not an entirely accurate portrayal of our position, which has been clear and consistent throughout the process. In fact, we're supportive of 3 out of the 4 main elements that have been introduced with this proposal. That being said, we are willing to play that role of opposition for the benefit of this committee so that the issue can be properly and comprehensively examined. I just want to reiterate that that doesn't really capture the nuance of our position, and it's not a role that we prefer or that we choose. Story County is primarily in the business of making things happen, finding out how to get things done and make ideas work. In fact, as we speak, the ink is drying on a deal with a company called Nanotech Energy that has just closed on 516 acres in Story County and is planning to build a cutting-edge graphene energy storage production facility, a battery facility, an R&D campus in Story County. And this will further cement Northern Nevada as a leader in diverse, innovative technological development. Now, as Senator Dennis mentioned last meeting, blockchains is an important emerging technology with many potential use cases. In fact, just this last week, I conducted a training on cryptocurrency and blockchain technology with some county fiscal officers that we were hosting from across the state. And we discussed how implementation of these technologies can impact their work. We are steadily moving forward to maintain our position as a leader in innovation. And our position, Senator Dennis, is that a new political subdivision is not necessary to make Nevada attractive or a leader in emerging industries. But there definitely are some legislative actions that could help in that effort, and we look forward to being part of that conversation. So before the rest of Team Story weighs in, I'd like to provide just a bit of history related to our involvement in this specific proposal. And we submitted a detailed timeline into the record, and that's what I referenced as Story County correspondence. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of elements on that timeline. About 3.5 years ago, in January and February of 2018, Blockchains Inc. and affiliated companies purchased about 68,000 acres of land in Story County, including roughly 2,000 acres at Painted Rock. For reference, this is roughly 40% of Story County's land mass. Around the same time in 2018, Story County implemented a new subdivision and PUD ordinance to clarify and streamline the development process in anticipation of major residential development within the county. And at the same time, we put Loomis and Associates on retainer so that we were ready and they could help us quickly and expertly handle any subdivision or PUD applications that we received. You know, many people are wondering how we got here, how we got to a legislative committee that's addressing an apparent impasse between a developer and Story County, a jurisdiction that's known for moving quickly and being flexible. Well, this all started before my time in office. My understanding is that there were some preliminary conversations with county leaders after the property was purchased. I don't know the specifics of those meetings. Non-disclosure agreements were signed and they're being held to. But my understanding is that Blockchains came away from those meetings concluding that Story County would not support residential development on the scale that they were envisioning. So since those preliminary conversations, I do want to point out that a majority of our Board of Commissioners has turned over. We have a new majority on the board, and we also have a new county manager. Unfortunately, efforts were not made by the developer to maintain contact or work through issues despite the new leadership in the county. Now, I met Mr. Burns when I was campaigning in the summer of 2020, and we discussed some of their projects, but no details of this idea were mentioned. And to answer Senator Settlemeyer's question from last meeting, to my understanding, no application or development proposal has ever been officially presented to the county. So then we jumped to January 16th of this year, and that's when the governor mentioned the idea of innovation zones in his State of the State address, but no substantial details were included at that time. It was later that month that R&R Partners presented the innovation zone concept by Zoom to Story County staff and officials. Apparently, at that point, Blockchains had been working on the idea for 6 to 9 months at the time, and this was the first we'd heard or been consulted about it. And I use the term consulted a little bit loosely, since at that time it was made clear that their intention was to press forward with the idea, and we were asked if we had any questions. And so in the beginning, Story County took no official position as we gathered more information and perspective on the idea. On two separate occasions subsequent to that, early this year, our partners gave presentations to groups in Northern Nevada and stated that Story County was not interested in residential development. On both occasions, county staff was on the call and disagreed with that assertion, referencing our county master plan that calls for substantial residential development at Painted Rock. And County Manager Osborne will elaborate more on that. In early March, we took our first official position and sent that position in a letter to the governor's office and to GOED. That position has not changed and has been reaffirmed on multiple occasions since. That position is one that supports innovative technological development, supports inclusion and development of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, supports residential development at Painted Rock, but it opposes the separate governance elements of this proposal. Now, as I mentioned, we've reaffirmed that position multiple times over the intervening months. We have met directly with the proponents and discussed what we could do to facilitate their project. We've done so in good faith and diligently because we want to see blockchain succeed. They're the biggest landowner in our county, and we're hopeful for their success and development of a thriving project, just like we are for all of our citizens and businesses. Senator Settlemyer also asked if the proponents had been provided with an application. And while an application for development had been available from the beginning, we made some extra efforts earlier this summer to make sure the process was clear and user-friendly. As a follow-up to one of our direct meetings on June 16th with blockchains, and at their request, the county sent a written outline of the subdivision or plan unit development process. We also offered to facilitate a town hall meeting jointly held with both our county commission and the planning commission to give blockchains an opportunity to present their ideas in concept and gather feedback from both the public and also decision makers in Story County on the planning side. We suggested several dates for this, none of which worked for blockchains. We asked for blockchains to supply us with some dates on which we could hold such a public meeting. None were supplied. And then we were notified in writing that blockchains was composing a letter to us outlining a different approach, maybe a city structure within the county that would meet their needs. Unfortunately, that letter was never delivered. Now, Assemblyman Watsi noted that we need to delve specifically into what policy would be needed to facilitate blockchain's development aspirations. And we intend today to show that while there are certainly policies that could facilitate the use and inclusion of blockchain technology that could be considered by the legislature, existing local structures are wholly sufficient to facilitate and encourage development of this type, despite the assertions to the contrary in the bill proposal. And I think that this one assertion that's made in the findings of the legislation is really the crux of this issue. Finding number 3 states, the traditional forms and functions of local government political subdivisions existent in Nevada statute are inadequate alone to provide the flexibility and resources conducive to making the state a leader in attracting and retaining new forms and types of businesses and fostering economic development in emerging technologies and innovative industries. For the legislature to support that idea, they have to find this to be true, and not just true, but compellingly true, because at this point, the laws around cities and counties and the state of Nevada and how they interrelate are well-defined and well understood. Creating a new political subdivision introduces a substantial amount of uncertainty and risk. As our county officials will share with you, it creates complications and burdens and will assuredly have unintended consequences. So the reality is that up to this point, blockchains has never seriously undertaken working with Story County. And I believe that this would be a very different meeting if they had, because we could have worked with them to fine-tune their ideas and make sure they were acceptable under existing laws and worked with the various stakeholders. We could have identified the existing structures and authorities that provide the flexibility they're looking for. Their chosen course has deprived us of that role, that option, and as a result, it's causing you to spend time on what I consider a deeply flawed idea. Our position remains that a new political subdivision is unnecessary. Blockchains has not articulated something that requires political autonomy. And while I'm sure many would prefer to have no independent government oversight, we don't make laws based on what is convenient for just one party. And as we will show, one would be hard pressed to find a jurisdiction more willing or able to accommodate creative ideas and give leeway for innovation. So first we'll play that opposition role, and then we'll make the case that working with Story County is a far better choice than carving up Story County or any county in the state. So Chairwoman, that concludes my remarks under item 5B, and with your permission, we'll invite Mary Walker to take us through item 5C, and she'll reference the supporting documentation for her section.
Okay, that works. All right, Ms. Walker, and I see that there's a couple of different I'll call them more like, I don't want to say a flow chart, but argument charts. And so I think there's 3 of them here. So you'll just make sure that we're on the right one and following the right one. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much. For the record, Mary Walker, proudly representing Story County, and really appreciate the time that you have given us to speak today. This whole issue, BDR 1109 and the entire innovation zone issue is so complex. I broke this presentation down into 3 parts. The first part concerns why BDR 1109 innovation zone legislation is even necessary. The second part is a comparison of other governance models. And the third part concerns the specific bill draft language in BDR 1109. I'd like to start with agenda item 5, and it's the first one listed under agenda item 5. It's Story County responses regarding legislation, and up on top here it says Special Joint Committee. Why is BDR 1109 innovation zone legislation necessary? That's what I would start with. Do we have that? Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Walker, we'll assume members have that. That's the 3, well, there's 2 3-pagers. It's the first 3-pager that's vertical.
Yeah. So what we did is we took the blockchain's representative testimony from August 12th regarding why the innovation zone legislation is necessary. And they did walk through why they thought it was necessary. So we would like to discuss that. First off, Mr. Lee Weiss stated that a development of this character and scope requires collaboration with forward-thinking real estate development professionals, like-minded technology partners, and of course, substantial capital. Blockchains is not planning on doing this alone. Realistically, the necessary commitments from these key partners and investors can only be secured if we are able to convince them the community will be able to attract sufficient residents and have long-term viability. Based on the innovative philosophy that underlies this project, it will be difficult and likely impossible to attract the necessary partners and investors unless there is clear buy-in to Nevada that there is a path for unique residential projects like this to have autonomous governments run by their residents as opposed to being under control of existing county governments that serve more traditional communities. The draft innovation zone legislation provides this path. Our response is, it appears Blockchains Incorporated has difficulty and is, quote, likely impossible, unquote, to get the investors necessary to build the smart city and development without the innovation zone legislation. Therefore, investors are not investing on the merits of the Blockchains Incorporated proposed smart city and innovation zone concept. Why would investors not invest in an approved county planned unit development and develop through proper existing means? Other tech uses are allowed already in Story County without any further action. And how is that hindering investment? Other companies across the world get investor contributions every minute of the day. The second point Mr. Weiss made was fitting in an innovation zone into an existing county is not reasonably feasible. As you know, for Nevada counties with under 100,000 residents, the governing bodies of 3 or 5 person county commission, a citizen commission, Those individuals cannot reasonably devote the time to govern their existing town plus a new innovation zone with completely different infrastructure and goals. Our response is, county and city boards govern their jurisdictions and facilitate private innovation all the time across the country. This is nothing new. The city of Las Vegas's population grew from 8,000 in 1940 to 600,000 in 2020 over an 80-year period. This equates to an average annual population increase of 7,400 residents. The population of the city of Reno went from 21,317 in 1940 to 266,511 in 2020. This equates to an average annual population increase of 3,065 residents. In comparison, the innovation zone is projecting additional 35,000 people in a 75-year period. This equates to an average annual population increase of 467 residents. In Nevada terms, this is not a major development. In the last 20 years, Story County has actually built out 30,000 acres. In comparison, the Blockchains Incorporated proposal builds out 4,000 acres over the first 20 years. Story County's proven track record of successfully assisting Fortune 500 companies to build their projects in Nevada would be of great benefit to the innovation zone, not a hindrance. The Story County Board of County Commissioners have devoted the time to achieve this substantial success in not only bringing companies to Nevada, but assisting their build-out. In addition, Walt Disney World operated within 2 existing counties, not one, when it innovated and developed Walt Disney World. The Songdo, South Korea model, which is touted by the innovation zone proponents, fitted the innovation into an existing government structure. In fact, Songdo is termed a smart city, but it's actually an international business district located within this existing city of Incheon. Therefore, the notion that fitting in an innovation zone into an existing county is not reasonably feasible, that statement we do not believe has any foundation. The third point Mr. Weiss made, the game of our project is seeing blockchain and other technologies to create a new type of smart community, one that focuses on the individual. Part and parcel of that goal is to create and implement a completely reimagined municipal and administrative systems, including a government with substantial direct individual participation. Innovation Zone framework allows for this shift from traditional government to a diversified system of government in which all stakeholders can participate. To us, it seems clear these two systems cannot coexist. It would be inefficient and unfair for the residents of the Innovation Zone to be governed by commissioners who are also required to serve significantly different needs of an existing county, just like it would be inequitable for residents outside an Innovation Zone to be governed by the Innovation Zone supervisors. Our response is the idea that traditional government and a diversified system of government in which all stakeholders can participate can't coexist has no basis in fact. The two primary models the proponents of the Innovation Zone legislation use, Songdo, South Korea, and Walt Disney World, are two real-world examples which document the fact the two can and do coexist. For example, Songdo, South Korea is seen as the first smart city with much of the same development and technology the Blockchains Incorporated representatives tout, such as a smart garbage system, transportation, sensors throughout the smart city, which generates data just like the Innovation Zone would. Yet Songdo, South Korea operates within the traditional system of government. Songdo is located in the city of Incheon and is called the Songdo International Business District. And in fact, Songdo, South Korea was built by the South Korean government, not only in the planning, but when it started filling in tidal flats in the Yellow Sea with 500 million tons of sand in an effort to build a business district near an international airport. And then when you look at Disney World operates within 2 traditional government counties in Florida, Orange County and Osceola counties. In addition, boards and county leaders oftentimes have to work with different population centers and oftentimes have interlocal agreements to serve counties and cities jointly. TRI Center is an example occurring already in Story County. Therefore, the idea traditional government and an innovation zone cannot coexist, we believe, is unfounded. The fourth point Mr. Weiss made, another key benefit to the autonomy provided to the innovation zone is the elimination of the need for the county in which the zone is situated to retrofit its current systems and/or to invest in completely new systems. Our response is, according to the August 12th blockchain testimony, a middleware software can be used to remit cash to the state without retrofitting or investing in a new system. If middleware software can be used to remit cash to the state and provide a system tied to the state without the need to retrofit the state system, then why can't the middleware software be used to link with Story County? If the Washoe County Recorder's Office can utilize blockchain technology from the Tightsil blockchain company, then why can't it be used in Story County or other jurisdictions? Bifurcating a county into 2 separate governments because of a computer system retrofit may be needed to address tax and other payment technologies is not even common sense. What will happen if their yet to be developed technology proves to be successful? Will they need to create a new government for any jurisdiction in the United States that wants to implement it? The state needs to set up the NRS and legal framework to support new technologies, which they do all the time. Story County and any government will prepare to adopt, implement, and manage new systems, like it already does. Therefore, the idea Nevada needs the innovation zone in order to not have to retrofit or invest in new county automation, we believe is unfounded. The last point Mr. Weiss made was even if the county wanted to match the innovation zone in terms of technology and data generation and analysis, the cost would be prohibited. Innovation zone structure ensures innovation without burdening existing local governments. To illustrate this point, let's talk about a concrete example. A simple example would be an incompatibility within the county system and potential innovation zone system is the tax collection. Blockchain technology allows for the collection of taxes in real time, right when transactions are taking place. Implementation of such a new system in a smart community built from the ground up is relatively straightforward. In contrast, trying to use a new system like this in an existing county will require dismantling the existing tax collection systems and installing new technology. Assuming the county didn't want to go that route, the other potential option is to operate 2 tax collection systems simultaneously. Our response is, again, if the middleware software can be used to remit tax collected cash to the state and provide a system tied to the state without the need to retrofit the state system, then why can't the middleware software be used to link with Story County? And what other solutions are there which the proponents have not looked at? Therefore, the idea Nevada needs the innovation zone because the cost would be prohibited for a county is unfounded. The conclusion of this first part, why the BDR 1109 innovation zone legislation is necessary, is we believe it's not necessary. Except for one reason, all the other reasons given by Blockchain Incorporated to pass the legislation are not based in fact, and they are unfounded. There is one reason given to pass the Burns Innovation Zone legislation, that it will, quote, be difficult and likely impossible, unquote, to attract the necessary partners and investors to fund the innovation zone and smart city without this legislation. Therefore, investors are not investing on the merits of the Burns Innovation Zone and smart city concept, as Mr. White testified to. We believe this is true, but is that the legislature's role to pass laws so a new emerging business can find investors? I'd like to go now to the next spreadsheet. And this is agenda item comparison of governance model. And it's this sheet right here. And what it is I'm comparing the Disney Creek, Reedy Creek Improvement District versus the Burns Innovation Zone. And so I have a description. I have yes and no as much as I could, yes and no answers to how Reedy Creek addresses it, how the Innovation Zone addresses it, and then notes. First off, when you compare the Disney Reedy Creek Improvement District, which is enacted in Florida in 1967, to Mr. Burns' Innovation Zone legislation, the first question is, what level of government did each entity propose to their respective legislatures? In the Disney's Reedy Creek Improvement District, the Disney proposed to the 1967 legislature a general improvement district, while the Innovation Zone deals with county authorities and powers. Disney specifically decided not to pursue a county governance, but pursued a general improvement district which provides primarily public works type services and fire and EMS. Reedy Creek powers are very similar to Nevada NRS 318 general improvement district powers. 2, did the proposer of the legislation promise to build a city of the future or smart city? Disney promised to build a city of the future, yes. And the Innovation Zone promises to build a smart city, yes. Number 3, did or will the proposer of the legislation build the city of the future or smart city? Disney did not build the city of the future. And as far as the Innovation Zone, that's yet to be determined. Disney promised the 1967 Florida legislature that Disney would build the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow, or EPCOT, with 20,000 residents. Disney never built this community. Instead, EPCOT is a World's Fair type exhibition with no residents. The Disney company decided not to build the city because the citizens would have voting power over the Reedy Creek Improvement District and not Disney. There is a question of whether Mr. Burns would follow in Disney's footsteps and not build the city and lose control of the government when citizens are able to vote in the elections within the zone. In Section 14 of the BDR 22-1109 Innovation Zone legislation, the Innovation Zone becomes a local government and a political subdivision of the state, separate and independent of the county in which it is located upon approval of an application to create an Innovation Zone. This allows the Burns 2 of 3 appointed supervisors to control the Innovation Zone until, quote, there are 100 or more registered voters residing in the Innovation Zone, and only then do elections with citizens voting occur. How long of a period is that from when one person in state government approves the application for an Innovation Zone until 100 or more voters reside in the Innovation Zone? And I was glad to hear this morning that Ms. Combs stated that it could be many years between that period. And will Mr. Burns allow the loss of control over his government? Because he does control 2/3 of the votes. And just because there is no fiduciary interests, pecuniary interests, there's a lot of other ways you control votes and people than just pecuniary. And then why was 100 or more registered voters the threshold decided? Is it because Mr. Burns have approximately 100 employees in his business per LinkedIn, and he can control them as Disney controls its executive employees, who are the only voting members of the Reedy Creek Improvement District? Number 4, do the governments operate within existing counties the land is located in? Yes. Reedy Creek operates within the 2 Florida counties of Orange and Osceola. In the innovation zone, the answer is no. Mr. Burns' proposed innovation zone would in effect secede 40% of Story County land from Story County. Number 5, does the legislation creating the governance include a legal description of the boundaries of the governmental entity? In the Reedy Creek Improvement District legislation, yes, they actually had the boundaries, legal description of the boundaries. But in the innovation zone legislation, there is no boundaries. There is no legal description of the land within the innovation zone. Therefore, the zone's boundaries, I mean, could they change? Could the innovation zone annex adjacent properties such as Tesla, Google, and Switch? Could the innovation zone de-annex areas? Every government in Nevada has a legal description of the land within their jurisdiction. Why is the legal description of the land the innovation zone would govern not be included? How can basic governance occur if there is no boundary of governing jurisdictions? Number 6, does the legislation creating the governance allow a person unknown to the legislature control of a government? Under the Reedy Creek, the answer is no, because the Florida legislature knew it was Disney, and everyone knew Disney had built Disneyland, and there was no need to do anything more other than, hey, it's Disney. But in this process, in the innovation zone process, you could actually have a person unknown to the legislature control of the innovation zone government, because they are going to control 2 of the 3 voting members of the innovation zone. The Florida legislature knew it was Walt Disney World, which would control the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Mr. Burns' proposal is for any person who submits an application to establish an innovation zone and is granted approval through a bureaucratic process. And that is what will control how the government is established. And just as a side note, the legislature approved Tesla's economic development proposal knowing it was Tesla, not an unknown person or business. The other thing that's very worrying me, and we'll get to this, is there are no qualifications of this person, including requiring them to be a U.S. citizen. This person, this applicant, does not have to be a U.S. citizen. Number 7, does the legislation creating the governance include police powers, judicial powers, health authority powers, welfare powers, and school powers and authority? In Reedy Creek, no, it doesn't, because they're not a county. In the innovation zone, yes, it does, because Mr. Burns' proposed innovation zone powers include all county powers and authority. Number 8, do the businesses and citizens of the respected models, do they pay county property taxes and sales tax? There's a big difference here, because in the Reedy Creek situation, it's not a county. They didn't develop a county which land is seceded from another county. They built a GID district that operates within the structure of the county. So there is no impact at all on their property taxes or their sales taxes. But is it impacting in the innovation zone? Is it impacting the property taxes and the sales taxes? I put in here no, and I appreciate the discussion this morning. I would say it's limited on the property tax, but in regards to the consolidated tax, I believe that that is where the real issue is because you're taking Story County and you're cutting out 40%. So what they're talking about is that they would hold harmless, they say, Story County on the property tax, that once they decide to take over all the government, could be many years from now, then the property tax would be frozen for Story County, and they would get that in the future. This property tax is a smaller revenue source for most local governments. The big revenue source is the consolidated tax, the sales tax, particularly within the consolidated tax. In section 29, Mr. Burns proposed innovation zone. What would happen is they are requiring it, and I'll get into this more. They're requiring the consolidated tax, which is the major portion is the sales tax, to go permanently back to the innovation zones. As I read it, it's not at the time that they decide to take over all the services. It looks like to me that they're handling those sales taxes, the BCCRT and SCCRT sales taxes, in a completely different manner. That at the time that the director would establish the innovation zone, that's the time that the innovation zone would get back all of the basic city county relief tax, all of the SCCRT taxes, from thence on forward, right at the time that the director approves the innovation zone. What that means is, in essence, to me, this is a permanent abatement of the SCCRT and BCCRT sales taxes, which are a huge source of revenue for local governments. And it would go back to the innovation zone on the premise, they say, that would go to pay for governmental services in the innovation zone. However, with Mr. Burns being able to consolidate all the county offices into one at a low cost, Mr. Burns would be able to take the tax dollars and pay for his development costs, instead of it being borne by the developer, Mr. Burns. The county property taxes would be paid to the innovation zone after taking over all the services, and I appreciate that, that clarification this morning. Number 9, does the governance allow for the unilateral expansion of powers and authorities by Disney or Burns? For Reedy Creek, the answer is no. For the innovation zone, the answer is yes. Mr. Burns' proposal would allow the Innovation Zone Board of Supervisors the ability to take on county services, authorities, and powers whenever they wish, with 60 days notice to the original county providing the service. Disney's Reedy Creek could expand its governmental services. Well, first off, in the actual Florida legislation, it defined every single service that they could actually provide. If Disney wanted to do more than that, expand its governmental services, that could only happen if they had cooperative agreements with the county or another government. 10, does the legislation establish a new bureaucratic process to approve the application to start the new government? For Reedy Creek, the answer is no. They didn't start a new bureaucratic process. It was actually the Florida legislature who established it. But in the innovation zone, you are establishing a new bureaucratic process to approve the application to start the new government. Mr. Burns' proposal establishes not a legislative process to approve the establishment of the Innovation Zone County, but a bureaucratic process. While Reedy Creek Improvement District, controlled by Walt Disney World, was approved by the 1967 Florida legislature. And a side note, the Tesla project was approved in 2014 special session of the legislature, not by a bureaucrat. Number 11, did the proposer of the legislation have development experience? Under Reedy Creek, yes, it was Disney. Under Innovation Zone, no. Number 12, did the proposer of the legislation have the financial resources to build the project and operate it in a sustainable manner? Under Disney's Reedy Creek, yes. Under Burns's Innovation Zone, it's unknown. Disney had sufficient financial resources to build Disney World. Mr. Lee Weiss testified on August 12, 2021 committee to conduct a study concerning innovation zones. And I'll just go right down to it that it would be difficult and likely impossible to attract the necessary partners and investors unless there is clear buy-in to Nevada that there is a path for unique residential projects like this to have autonomous governance run by the residents as opposed to being under control of existing county governments that serve more traditional communities. The draft Innovation Zone legislation provides this path. Therefore, it appears Mr. Weiss is suggesting it is likely impossible to attract the necessary partners and investors on their own. Mr. Weiss is suggesting they currently do not have the financial resources to do the project, and they will have to raise the money to do the project. And like Disney, Tesla also had sufficient resources to build the Gigafactory in Story County at the time of the 2014 Nevada legislative approval of the project and incentives. Number 13, did proposer of the legislation own or lease the land the project would be built on? Under the Disney, Reedy Creek, yes, they own the land. And it's unknown under blockchains, Mr. Burns' innovation proposal. And this is why I say that. Mr. Burns' proposal in section 11 states, to be eligible for approval as an innovation zone, the proposed area must consist of at least 50,000 contiguous acres of undeveloped land owned or controlled by the applicant. Burns' proposal appears to allow for leasing the proposed area. In addition, section 32, paragraph 3, regarding biannual reporting, that the report must be certified by the applicant or the applicant's successor in interest. So, you know, who are these applicants? Number 14, were there safeguards put in the originating legislation to require performance by the proposers? No, in either case. And that's why Disney was able to not build their city community of the future. The conclusion of part 2 of this presentation, comparisons of governance models between Disney, the Reedy Creek Improvement District, and the Innovation Zone, shows how different they really are. I have learned through this exercise and review of Songdo, South Korea, that there is no precedent for BDR 1109, Innovation Zone legislation. If this were to somehow pass, Nevada is going to be on its own. There is nothing comparable. Walt Disney started the Reedy Creek Improvement District with the approval of the 1967 Florida legislature. That was 55 years ago. Not one new Reedy Creek has been established in America in 55 years. If it's such a great idea to give private persons control of their own government, because he's going to have control of 2 of the 3 supervisors, then why hasn't it been replicated in America? I believe the answer is it's not a good idea. Government is established for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, not for economic development solely, and not for a private person's interest. Now I'll go to the last part of the presentation, and that is the agenda item, Story County response regarding the Innovation Zone and its issues and concerns regarding the Innovation Zone Bill Draft 1109. So the first concern is on page 6, section 4. The applicant means a person who submits an application to establish an innovation zone. You know, I think this is the one that bothers me almost more than any of it. There's no qualifications of this person mentioned in the legislation. The person could be a foreigner, since the person is not limited to a U.S. citizen. In fact, it could even be a person from a foreign government, which is an American adversary. There's no limitation. There is a concern the focus is on policy and not on the person. In 1945, the Nevada Legislature created the first state gaming license and tax. The low tax rate and highly lucrative business caught the attention of legitimate and non-legitimate developers, such as organized crime, the mafia. The threat of federal intervention became imminent. It took Nevada decades to rid the state of the mafia and organized crime because the state didn't take into account the person or persons who would own, operate, and control a casino. In today's world, stablecoin and cryptocurrency, which is touted by the Innovation Zone proponents, is under federal investigation. In a May 13, 2021 Barron's article, Binance is under federal investigation. Bitcoin, Coinbase, and the crypto world are reeling, the article states. Regulators have long had concerns that cryptos are funding illegal activities such as money laundering or tax evasion. Hackers also appear to be trafficking in cryptos. The focus of the legislation, BDR 1109, needs to be on both the policy and the person. There is no qualification. The person has to have prior governmental administration, yet they will build a government from scratch. What happens when the person passes away? Does the innovation zone remain in effect? What if the land located in the innovation zone were sold or inherited by someone else? The second concern is on page 6, section 9. Innovative technology means any new or emerging technology or novel use of an existing technology to address a problem or provide a benefit in government administration, government services, nonprofit organizations, or private enterprise in this state. The concern is there is no requirements of a feasibility study of the technology. This would be important since Blockchains Incorporated testify on August 12, 2021, they are, quote, in the process of developing a single platform that has identity at its core. We are preparing to launch this platform sometime in 2022. But right now, this whole year, we are really focused on inventing and innovating and building and proofs of concept integrating. I should have probably put test all over this slide because we're doing a lot of testing right now as we prepare for launch. That was Michelle Bosch testimony, August 12, 2021. Therefore, there is no developed blockchain technology as of yet at Blockchains Incorporated. They are in the process. The third concern on page 8 and 9 is section 13, paragraph 1, B2. An estimate of the number of employees, what they have, some of the things that the Innovation Zone has to do, they have to provide an estimate of the number of employees anticipated to be engaged in construction of infrastructure, commercial developments, and residences within the zone, and the number of employees anticipated to be employed by businesses within the zone within 10 and 20 years after approval of the creation of the zone. Section 13(1)G also requires the Innovation Zone or the applicant provide an estimate of the economic impact of the Innovation Zone within 10 and 20 years after the approval of the creation of the zone. The concern is that the bill draft requires the applicant to provide 10 and 20-year information on the number of employees and 10 and 20-year estimate on the economic impact of the Innovation Zone to be provided to the Economic Development Director. Tesla was also required to provide a 20-year information on the number of employees and economic impact. This is the state standard for economic development projects, that a 20-year economic development impact study be provided, not a 75-year economic development impact study. The problem is there's no accountability in a 75-year economic development impact study, since all persons deciding on the project would not even be here by then. A 10 and 20-year economic development study on the Innovation Zone should be provided to the Nevada State Legislature in compliance with this past practice. The fourth concern is on page 9, section 13D. States documentation satisfactory to the office that the applicant has made a total capital investment of at least $250 million within the territorial boundaries proposed for the zone prior to submittal of the application. Our concern is, in a New York Times article dated November 1, 2018, entitled, quote, "A cryptocurrency millionaire wants to build a utopia in Nevada," unquote, Mr. Burns stated, quote, "He has spent $300 million on the land, offices, planning, and a staff of 70 people," unquote. Therefore, this requirement of $250 million initial investment, it's not new money. It's already been spent years ago under the existing governmental structure. The fifth concern on page 9, section 13E, is a commitment to make an additional capital investment of at least $1 billion in the zone during the 10 years following approval of the application. Our concern is, this is Nevada. Nevada has many, many economic development projects over $1 billion whose owners did not get control of a government. Examples of some of these projects over $1 billion are MGM Grand, Las Vegas, the Bellagio, the Venetian, Tesla, Switch. In addition, they did not take 75 years to build their project. In addition, what is a commitment to make the $1 billion investment? What about actual proof of the financing required to build the project to ensure the project is not going to be half built? The sixth concern, it's on pages 8, 9, and 10, section 13. And I think this is what Assemblyman Watts was one of his questions was, is there's no requirement for a feasibility study of the project, which should include governmental, financial, and technological feasibility, and feasibility of adequate water resources, and the plan and financing to deliver the water to the development site. There's no requirement of that. All they have to do is certify. Certify, that means a signature on a piece of paper. The seventh concern is on page 8, section 13, 1B. A comprehensive general plan, they have to provide a comprehensive general plan to guide the development within the zone, including the necessary infrastructure and the residential, commercial, and industrial land uses of the zone. Our question is, does the Director of Economic Development have the expertise to review such a planning document? It's typically not their role. Our eighth concern is on page 10, section 13.2. To be eligible for approval as an innovation zone, the proposed area must A, consist of at least 50,000 contiguous acres of undeveloped land owned or controlled by the applicant. And just like I stated before, does this mean a person who owns 50,000 or more contiguous acres could lease the property to another unknown party? And the unknown party could apply for the innovation zone? Does this mean in order to try and get to the 50,000 acres, they're going to lease their neighbor's land? Ninth concern, pages 12 and 13, section 16. Except as otherwise provided in this chapter, upon approval of an application to create an innovation zone, 1, the innovation zone becomes a local government and a political subdivision of the state with the powers and duties of a county, separate from and independent of the county in which it is located. Our concern is BDR 1109, establish a new local government with the powers of a county using a bureaucratic or administrative process, not a legislative process. This allows one person at the state the sole authority to decide if a, quote, person will be able to establish a new local government and have control of the government, since they'll have selected 2 of the 3 Board of Supervisors governing the new government. What's really scary is the legislature will not know who the applicant is. The legislature will not provide oversight over the qualifications, their prior business success, or the character of the person applying for the new government. One bureaucrat will decide that. On page, our 10th concern on page 13, section 16.3, the exercise of any power or duty by the board supersedes the exercise of that power or duty by the county in which the innovation zone is situated. The adoption of any ordinance by the Board of Supervisors supersedes any ordinance on the subject adopted by the Board of County Commissioners of the county in which the innovation zone is located. Our concern is this would allow conflicting ordinances, resolutions in the governmental service whereby a sheriff or public works department or any other department could be required to follow conflicting laws, since the originating county would provide the service until the zone takes over the service, but they would have to follow conflicting laws, conflicting new laws. The 11th concern on page 14, section 17(1). The board consists of 3 members, 2 of whom must be appointed from a list of at least 5 nominees proposed by the applicant. The 3rd member of the board must be appointed by the governor based upon qualifications and experience that would enable the person appointed to carry out the duties of the board. Our concern is because the applicant would be allowed 2 members of the Board of Supervisors to be their nominee out of 3 members, the applicant will have majority control over the Board of Supervisors. And again, the pecuniary interest is only one element. You can still have control over people without pecuniary interests. In addition, only 1 member would be appointed on the basis of qualifications. The other 2 members selected by the applicant do not require any qualifications. The 12th concern on page 16, section 19(2). Until the board determines pursuant to section 23 of this act that the zone intends to assume all of the duties and responsibilities of county government, except as otherwise provided in this chapter, A, the board may not impose 1, a tax on real property within the zone, 2, a tax on motor vehicle fuel, fuel for jet or turbine-powered aircraft or aviation fuel sold in the innovation zone, 3, a tax on the sale or use of tangible personal property within the innovation zone. Our concern is the innovation zone property abuts the properties of Tesla and Switch and Google. What if eventually or early on, what if the innovation zone annexes those properties? If the zone annexes Tesla, Switch, and Google, and I'm sorry, it's been discussed, guys. If they annex it before the zone is ready to assume all of the duties of county government, does that mean Tesla, Switch, and Google would not have to pay sales tax or property tax because there would be none of the taxes enacted within the zone? Would this be an equivalent of an extended tax abatement for these companies whose tax abatement is set to expire in the next few years? In addition, what if the innovation zone were able to annex into the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center after the zone assumes all of the duties of the government and the zone was able to levy sales and property tax? Would this mean that unabated taxes from these companies would go to the innovation zone and not to Story County taxpayers? The 13th concern, page 17, section 21, except as otherwise provided in section 19 of this act, the board may impose any taxes or fees authorized to be imposed by a county. If the tax or fees support a service being provided by the county in which the innovation zone is situated, the board shall provide 60 days notice to the county of the intention of the board to assume responsibility for the service and impose the tax or fee. This short 60 days notice may cause significant disruption of service at Story County and the layoff of county staff. The short 60 days notice will also disrupt the county's entire operational budget. Concern 14, page 18, section 21(2). The board may establish a justice court. Upon the establishment of a justice court, the zone shall be deemed a township for the purposes of Chapter 4 of NRS. Until the board establishes a justice court, the zone is subject to the jurisdiction of the justice court for the township in which the innovation zone is situated. With that, Madam Chairman, I would like to go to Judge Harrington to talk about the justice court, and then I would like to come and finish up, if that is okay with you.
It is. So we will go ahead and go to Judge Harrington.
I'm here.
All right. And I want to say this is kind of still under 5. I guess would it be D, impacts under public safety?
It would be under 5C still.
5C still.
Yeah. And she's just going to add a few things and then I will continue on and finish.
Yes, thank you. I just have a short statement. And first of all, I appreciate this opportunity to speak about the concerns I have regarding the proposed innovation zone and its effect on the local judiciary. The Virginia Township Justice Court is a court within the 1st Judicial District of Nevada, which includes Story County and Carson City. Story County has 1 justice of the peace, that's me, and 2 district court judges to oversee cases. I, the justice of the peace, handle all the criminal matters as well as the general civil, the small claims, protection orders, and evictions. I basically deal with all the harsh realities of living in a free society. From just a local level, I have some concerns about placing another court in a separate area of jurisdiction, such as this autonomous zone, when the zone's intention is to eventually separate from the county. And after reading the bill draft, the most glaring problem from a justice standpoint is that this zone intends to enter into the business of administering justice, and its board, once appointed, has the power to establish a justice court to, as Ms. Walker said, to be deemed a township, and appoint a justice of the peace without even having any residents within that township. And as Ms. Walker pointed out, those members of the board, they might not even be U.S. citizens, and they'll be appointing a justice of the peace. And at that point, the court is still part of Story County, and Story County Code will still be in effect. But at some point, if this zone continues, it will, I guess, adopt its own codes, and whether or not those will be in conflict with Story County codes has yet to be seen. The real problem arises when the threshold of 100 registered voters within the zone is met. So it's then possible, the way I see it, for 100 people to elect a judge who must administer impartial and unbiased decisions within this zone. That's a challenging task for any judge. And how does a judge find 12 impartial jurors from 100 people when it takes about 70 people just to seat 12 jurors? So while the zone's eventual takeover may be acceptable for many facets of a person's life, it's a completely different matter when it comes to the administration of justice, which is an essential part of a just society. An effective legal process not only protects suspects and defendants, it gives victims the confidence that justice will be done. I think that what the drafters of this bill overlook is that justice is not just a convenience. It's not just a service. It's not a public utility. It's a fundamental human right that every resident of that zone deserves. It appears that a lot of work needs to be done in addressing not only population thresholds, how the JPs appointed. There's so many levels to this. It's hard to address right now, but that's whether or not the zone's ability to properly administer justice within its boundaries is very questionable. And with that, I conclude my statement and I say thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. May I continue and finish up here, Madam Chairman?
Yes, and I just want to clarify, because I clarified with my legal, I know we don't have her specifically spelled out, but it, as a speaker or the judiciary kind of on here, but it does fit under other governance models. So we can go ahead and keep it on as under that agenda item.
Okay, thank you so much. The 15th concern, and this is on page 5, it's on page, and the concern in the bill draft page is 19, section 22(1). The board may perform the duties and provide the services of county offices, including without exception, the offices of county clerk, county recorder, sheriff, county treasurer, county assessor, county auditor, district attorney, and public administrator in the manner provided in this section. Our concern is, why does an innovation zone require police powers, district attorney powers, clerk, recorder, treasurer, assessor, and county auditor powers and authorities. Government is created for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, not solely for economic development. Our 16th concern is on page 19 and 20 of the BDR, section 22, paragraph 2. It states the board may create one or more of the offices specified in subsection 1 as innovation zone office and may consolidate the office into one or more offices if it finds that such consolidation would be in the best interest of the innovation zone. Our concern is, well, as one legislator recently stated to me, this is not limited government, this is no government. By consolidating these offices, America's use of checks and balances as a fundamental principle guiding governance is eliminated. In addition, the national accounting principles would be disregarded since national accounting standards require separation of duties. National accounting standards require the county auditor, for example, the county auditor and treasurer to be separate and distinct. This combination of the duties of all these offices would mean an independent outside auditor would not be able to complete an audit of the innovation zone as is required by law of all governments. What if the county treasurer stole money from the innovation zone county, but never got caught because the county treasurer was also the county auditor? There's no one to catch them. There's no checks and balances. There's no separation of duties. What if there was a hit and run in the innovation zone county? What if there's witnesses who file a complaint against a party in this innovation zone county because the sheriff is also the district attorney, he decides there's no evidence because the perpetrator was actually his brother-in-law. He's protecting his brother-in-law. Local governments provide building permits and have third-party inspectors inspect building construction to ensure they comply with the building codes and that the building is actually safe. If a private business constructing commercial or residential buildings is also its own building inspector, where are the checks and balances? Who is ensuring the buildings are safe? Local governments provide for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. The lack of checks and balances in the private business's innovation zone county could jeopardize the health, safety, and welfare of its own citizens and visitors. Our 17th concern on pages 29 and 34, this deals with the C-tax, so I'll get into more about that. But Madam Chairman, I appreciate you having a future discussion about this because it's very complicated and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on it. In section 31, paragraph 1, it states for the purposes of distribution from the local government tax distribution account created pursuant to NRS 360.660, taxes collected within an innovation zone must be returned to the innovation zone in the manner provided in NRS 360.680. And then they go ahead and change in section 38, 360.680, and they state, on or before July 1 of each year, the executive director shall allocate to each innovation zone the amount deposited in the account from the taxes imposed within the zone in the immediately preceding fiscal year. Here's the concern. These two sections would allow the BCCRT and SCCRT local sales taxes. That's a major source of revenue for counties and cities and local governments. It would allow those taxes collected within the innovation zone to go directly back to the innovation zone on a permanent basis. To me, this is a permanent abatement of the consolidated tax. Blockchain Incorporated would argue these taxes will go back to the innovation zone in order to pay for the cost of the newly organized county. However, how much cost will there be when the innovation zone could combine the various county departments into one position? The local sales tax can then be spent by the innovation zone on construction projects generally required by the developer. And one thing that needs to be discussed, because as I read this and as I stated before, they're treating the property tax much differently than the sales tax on these consolidated taxes. As I read this, it would actually be at the time that the executive director of economic development approves the innovation zone, it's at that time that the C tax would go permanently to the innovation zone. It's not later on when they decide to take all of the services. It's up front they would be taking it. So and the other thing, I appreciate what the proponents are saying, but as far as, we're keeping Story County whole, that's not true when you look at that they are able to siphon off those consolidated taxes right up front. It's not only that, but it's the loss of the future growth of Story County and its tax revenues. And I'm very concerned that if the innovation zone annexes Tesla, Google, and Switch properties, because they're right next door, the local sales taxes, which the SCCRT and BCCRT, once they're no longer abated, they would go to the innovation zone and not to the Story County taxpayers. So we're very concerned about those types of things. And also keep in mind that Disney paid taxes on their development to their two counties. But that is not what this innovation zone does. It does siphon off those taxes away from the county because they are their own county. The last concern on page 29 is section 32.1. If on January 1 of any year in which a general election is held, the county clerk or registrar of voters determines that there are 100 or more registered voters residing within the innovation zone must conduct elections as provided in this section. The clerk or registrar shall notify the board and transmit all necessary information concerning the registered voters in the district. The board or the clerk for the zone, if one has been appointed, shall conduct the election. The concerns of this section relate to control of the zone. If the Economic Development Director approves the application to establish an innovation zone, the innovation zone is established and governed by a board in which 2 of the 3 members are selected from a list provided by the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has majority control of the innovation zone. But it's not until there are 100 more registered voters, potentially many years later, residing in the innovation zone, that there would be a democratic election for the supervisors. What will happen between the time that the innovation zone is established and potentially many years later when the election to elect the Board of Supervisors occurs? Will the applicant and/or innovation zone board members want to cede control over the government and give it to the citizens to control via the vote? And Assemblyman Watts had a very good point. He said he was talking about the property taxes and it would how the freezing of the property taxes would be an incentive for the innovation zone to take over all of the services. I guess what I would say to that is the property taxes are a very small part of many local governments' revenue sources. It's not the big potatoes. The big potatoes are the sales taxes that we're worried about. So I'm not sure if that would really be an incentive for them to move earlier to have the vote. At the Reedy Creek Improvement District in Florida, Disney World decided not to have residents because they didn't want to lose control over governing the improvement district. Will that be the same with the innovation zone? In addition, Disney hand-selected their citizens who voted by ensuring the voters of the district were actually Disney executives. With the innovation zone also would they also hand-select the residents, particularly when it's only 100 people? And Blockchain has approximately 100 employees. In conclusion, the discussion of the concerns of the Innovation Zone Bill Draft 1109 is that there are many, many pitfalls to this legislation, and I mentioned only a few. But in the end, it comes down to this. If a private person or business had control of their own government, because they have control of 2 of the 3 board members, when issues arose, how will that private person or business handle it? Will they always decide issues on what is best for themselves or their company? Or will they decide issues on what is best for the citizens and their employees? This is the inherent conflict of interest that is underlying this entire discussion. Who will protect the citizens? Who will protect the employees? Government typically plays that role. For example, protecting the victims of a crime when a private person or business may try to keep the crime from surfacing because it would make them look bad. They may be more concerned about their corporate image than providing the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens and employees. It's a tremendous conflict of interest. There are many real-world examples regarding the Reedy Creek Improvement District and how it's spent more time and effort protecting the corporate image than protecting its own employees or citizens. And there's lots of articles in the Orlando Sentinel on that. We should learn from this. And I would urge you to vote against BDR 1109. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I don't know if Austin Osborne also had any comments. He was listed on the bill draft.
Madam Chair, I'm on the agenda, but I'm okay at this point, and I have presentation later if you would like.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Osborne. I know that Story County has a commission meeting at 4, so we're at 2 o'clock. So I just want to make sure we're all cognizant of time. I do want to open it up for questions for Mrs. Walker from committee members.
And Madam Chair, may I make a statement regarding the commission meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Our commission meeting is actually going to be okay. It is at 4 o'clock, but we have a quorum of the board and a light agenda.
Okay.
So we can continue on today.
So we could go to midnight. Mr. Watts didn't like that. So questions for Ms. Walker. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is more of a comment than a question. I really want to thank Mrs. Walker for her presentation. It actually gives me more questions than answers. And I'm sure we'll be discussing a lot of this in the future, but I can tell that a lot of work went into this, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, so at this time, what we'll do is I think we're going to go on to item D, which is next. I've got to step out for just a quick second, so I'm going to allow Assemblyman Watts to do the introduction on item D, and I'll be ready.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, we'll move on to item D, impact on public safety. We'll start with the Story County Sheriff's Office.
Afternoon, committee members. I apologize. My camera is non-functional for some reason. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can. Please proceed.
Story County Sheriff Gerald Antonelli for the record. A lot of, or several of my concerns are outlined in the correspondence that I submitted. Not necessarily going to read through that verbatim, but I will talk about the various concerns, and several have been already discussed today, and a lot of that has to do with the funding of it. I understand that there's a tax basis and all that, but as we've seen, the need sometimes outpaces the resources available to us. You know, as the industrial center built out, the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center built out, you know, we were able to kind of grow with it. Depending on what the developer does on this, you know, it could explode overnight. It could drag on for the 70 years plus, you know, maybe it's going to be a slow growth, controlled. maybe it's not. If we have that explosive growth, what is going to cover the funding resources needed for public safety to keep up with that, because the standard tax base is not, but yet we still have to provide a service to folks. I know with other heavy draws, there are agreements with developers as far as, additional funding from them, regardless of abatements or anything, to pay for the extra burden that is placed on public safety. There's been no discussion of anything of that nature that I've seen in this. I think Assembly Settlemyer, or Senator Settlemyer, excuse me, asked about being a provider of last resort. This BDR allows for the innovation zone to assume some services or contract or whatever. Early on, there was a provision that it was adjacent jurisdictions that could be contracted with. This latest version that I've seen has the proximity clause removed from it. And while it may not be that realistic to think that Las Vegas Metro PD would want a contract to provide services there, it is a very real possibility as people are struggling for dollars or wanting to expand. And then what happens if that contract expires, isn't renewed, they have to go out for new resources? Does that default back to the host county? So, and Senator Settlemyer's question is one that still weighs heavy as far as, are we a provider of last resort? Other financial issues that were brought up, Assemblyman Watts, I believe you brought it up as far as the impact to bonding and the financial stability of Story County. As this develops out, should they not take over resources, law enforcement resources, in very short order, and we have to expand the sheriff's office abilities. Right now, my nearest substation is on the opposite side of the county from where the innovation zone is going to be. Would we have to build a new substation? The county jail is at the far side of the county from the innovation zone. Would we have to build a new holding facility? Buildings such as that cost millions of dollars to build. That would have an impact that would change greatly from what our county indebtedness is right now, if we had to start building structures like that. And then with the different boards, the county commission versus the board of supervisors, what standards are we building to? And if the day comes that the innovation zone wants to take over those services, what happens to our investment if they don't want it? We're no longer there. It serves no purposes to the people of Story County. If they don't want it, yet we've spent millions of dollars, we may still be paying for those buildings when we're no longer even there. So I mean, those are all funding issues that are of concern in the provisions of law enforcement services to the innovation zone. In the BDR, it talks about an applicant having to have 50,000 contiguous acres to be eligible for this. Has anybody given any thought to what that does to the existing county? Because it divides Story County up outside of the innovation zone into 8 non-contiguous areas. And so now I've got issues in Virginia City, but I also have a small segment of Story County population that's far removed from anything out in Painted Rock, surrounded by innovation zone. There's the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center that is currently developed, Comstock Meadows area that is in the process of development. Those are areas surrounded by the innovation zone that would be outside of the innovation zone, creating a logistical nightmare to try and provide services to. Not that we wouldn't or that we couldn't, but it really provides a lot of burden. And as the innovation zone takes over those services, We've all heard of cross-jurisdictional issues or deconfliction. You know, I've got deputies running from one area of Story County across miles of another jurisdiction to get to another area of Story County to provide emergency services or law enforcement services of any nature. And where my people would not necessarily be patrolling the innovation zone on a regular basis, they may not be familiar with how it is. Well, we still would proceed with due caution. You can see the problem of if we're crossing through another jurisdiction, responding to an emergency in the county. It's much like we deal with now on a very minimal basis. If we have to run from one end of Story County to the other through Washoe County, through Lyon County, you know, this amplifies that by a great magnitude, having all these different parcels of Story County. It's been brought up as far as the potential for a conflicting ordinance or rules based on what the Board of Supervisors in an innovation zone does versus what Story County would have. And while state law would be the same regardless, there's a whole lot of those things that don't rise to the state level that would fall to local jurisdiction. Including the innovation zone, where there could be a lot of confusion, a lot of issues back and forth, while Story County is still providing services to the innovation zone, but yet they have already impaneled the Board of Supervisors, who is now creating their own ordinance and rules and regulations. So those are all concerns to the sheriff's office. And while not specific necessarily to the sheriff's office function, but because I, like all of you, have taken an oath to uphold and protect, defend the Constitution of our state and the United States, I have to point out that in the language of the BDR, that the legislature would be abdicating its own authority to the innovation zone Board of Supervisors, where Section 32 of the Nevada Constitution gives the legislature the power to increase, diminish, consolidate, or abolish county offices. You know, by allowing the innovation zone to do that, you're giving away the constitutional authority of the legislature, and you're giving them more power than even what a duly elected Board of County Commissioners have. Right now, if our county commissioners want to combine, decrease, diminish, do away with, they have to go to you folks down there in Carson City and say, hey, this is why we want to do it. You're empowering the Board of Supervisors with constitutional authority that's vested with the legislature. So that's pretty much what I have in a nutshell. I know it's a lot of stuff in quick order, but if there's anything anyone wants to discuss in greater detail, I'm more than happy to.
All right, thank you. I think what we'll do is hear from the Story County Fire District, and then we'll open it up for any questions that members have about public safety.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'd like to personally thank Madam Chair and the members of the committee for this opportunity to speak. For the record, I'm Jeremy Longcar, I'm the Fire Chief for Story County Fire Protection District. And I know it was just stated earlier that through more and more presentations, more and more questions arise. And unfortunately, I'm just going to add to that list because I have quite a few questions and concerns of my own. I'll start by saying throughout the years, Story County Fire Protection District has already made vast changes to keep up with the growth and innovation currently within Story County. We pride ourselves in ensuring that our staff is properly trained to mitigate all emergencies that may arise from all the unique businesses we have within the county, as well as our historical site of Virginia City. We pride ourselves on working closely with developers and companies to ensure that we have the appropriate equipment, staffing, and code compliant buildings for the safety of their workers, visitors, and my staff. Working within the traditional means of development that Story County currently conducts, we can continue to make safe buildings, safe communities, and ensure that each district is adequately covered with fire stations, equipment, and personnel. With a separate government, such as what's proposed within the concept of the innovation zone, we're presented with numerous concerns. How are we going to fund these needed fire stations, equipment, and staff within the innovation zone? Just the startup cost for a brand new fire station fully equipped, we're looking at almost what my current annual operating budget is. And I know we do work with with the developers. However, a portion of the Story County money goes in establishing these fire stations and staffing them. Then what happens to our investments within that innovation zone once they create a separate government? Again, just like the sheriff mentioned, are we going to pay for this for year after year after year, even when it isn't ours anymore? What happens to my staff that I hire to man that station that's going to protect the innovation zone? With staffing alone, it's hard to find qualified people. So we take in a lot of people, we train them, we make very hefty investments in our folks to make sure they're safe and they can do their job efficiently. What's going to happen to these people? Are the buildings going to be built to code? But not also just to code, but with operational concerns addressed. As most of you know, fire codes are generally written in blood. It's through tragedy that they're created. And just like the statement earlier about the road width, there's a reason why we need 26 foot for a ladder truck. And there's a reason why we continue to insist that we have 26 foot, because Story County alone cannot take care of some of the emergencies within our county. So we rely on our neighbors to also come in and help. They also need 26 foot wide roads for any of the apparatus that is a regional and state recommendation for the safety of our crews and to be able to set up and perform efficient fire service operations. These are just a couple of the concerns we have with this untraditional approach to development. While Story County Fire Protection District openly welcomes residential, commercial, and industrial development within our county, the separation of government and concept stated pose serious public safety concerns. First, it is financially irresponsible for me to use Story County Fire Protection District money to make large capital infrastructure investments in the innovation zone and possibly lose them. But it's also morally and legally wrong for me not to provide these services to anyone within the county. This puts us within a unique and awkward position. We also have some concerns about liability issues. As some of these functions of government get shifted over, who would dispatch us to the innovation zone? Are we going to have our law enforcement partners with us on emergencies? And those partners are the ones we train with, we work with, we know them by first name basis, and we rely on them. Just taking dispatch alone, just in the change in communications alone here in Northwestern Nevada, we've all undergone big and very costly upgrades. Are they going to be compatible? If there's a failure in the dispatch system or the compatibility of the radio system, who's liable? These concerns merely scratch the surface of potential problems faced with a separate government. We have a system in place. It's dynamic, it's innovative, it's successful, and it's proven. Tri-Center would not exist if forward-thinking ideas were not applied within this county. We're successful and welcome world tech leaders to our county through our existing process. We do look forward to working with companies such as blockchains and welcome them to the county. However, there's great concern for public safety. We cannot simply just jeopardize by allowing them separation in government. I'd be more than welcome to take any questions and would again like to reiterate that we welcome blockchains and hope that we can have them within our county under our existing Story County government and Story County Fire Protection District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, members, does anybody have questions for the Sheriff's Office or Fire Protection District? All right. Seeing none, again, thank you for providing those comments to us. And with that, I see the chair is back. So I will turn the gavel back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Assemblyman Watts. I appreciate that. I believe we are on E now, which would be the impact on K through 12 schools. And we have Superintendent Hess with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for filling in Assemblyman Watts. I'm sitting with Kristen Chandler, our business manager for Story County School District. My name is Todd Hess, Superintendent of Story County School District. It's always great to be put nearly last on the agenda of an all-day meeting, so I immediately and jokingly blame Mr. Pete Ernott for that one. And I'll start by saying that I'm proudly a sixth-generation Nevadan, every single one of those in Story County. I believe as a county, we're very proud of TREC, the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, and what the leading edge companies have quickly become attracted to. Also very proud of our Story County leadership, currently and in the past. That includes my brother Bon, who was commissioner when the park was literally in its infancy. The people that had the park at the time, Lance Gilman and Roger Norman, who started it, you know, they both told me over and over that it was Story County's speed and versatility that is the major attractant for these companies within Story County. I'm also very excited for the tremendous vision and optimism of blockchains, not only for Story County, but what the future, including really the future of mankind, could be. I'm honestly asked about this subject quite a lot. So I'm here not to only address school board and community concerns about the effect of the proposed innovation zone on Story County, but also is to get educated on the matter as I can, so I can communicate that best with the good folks here in the county. I appreciate the comments so far by Commissioner Mitchell, Mary Walker, as well as Mr. Pete Ernott, Mrs. Allison Coombs, Jeremy Aguero, and those that are available to talk about the BDR. I can say that I had a direct seat during the development of Story County's recent master plan. I think it took about 7 years to fully develop that plan. County Manager Austin Osborne is the one that took care of that. It was approved by our school board and then got the final stamp by the Story County Board of Commissioners. That plan has the current largest available residential zone of around 2,100 acres in Painted Rock. I'm sure Austin will talk about that a bit more. So specifically relating to the functions of schools within the innovation zone, my probably rhetorical questions at this point would be as follows. And you know, they're pretty similar to what Sheriff Antonoro and Fire Chief Longcar hit on. Senator Settlemeyer also referenced some of this as well. But what would be the financial obligation for Story County School District initially? This would require approval from our school board, county debt management, and Department of Taxation. Would Story County be responsible for any bond obligations, property acquisition, things like that, to build the schools within the innovation zone? How would those be transferred or repaid? Story County School District, I'm sure with the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department as well, would need to hire for us a very large certified and classified staff. You know, you have all your support staff, clerical, teachers, etc. They would also have to transport, and we'd also increase district office personnel. So my question is, if we enter into contracts, attract, retain, and get these people, enter into contract with them, what would happen if there was an agreement with a different district, say our good neighbors, Lyon or Washoe, potentially a charter, or maybe a hybrid model of some sort comes in? What would happen to these people? Are they riffed? Is there a reduction of force? Are they terminated? So that's another question that we would have. And then I did hear more and more about this, so it's not as pressing, but what would be the exact triggering mechanism that would determine the zone is prepared to assume the duties of the school district and the school board? In closing, these are some of the initial questions and concerns regarding school operations that we have within Story County, then potentially transferred to the innovation zone. I sincerely appreciate the time, thoughtfulness, and effort by everyone on this joint special committee. I believe, as a lifelong Story County resident, it's a true compliment to all of you and your leadership skills to have been appointed to this. And sincerely, thank you very much for that. I'll finish with our district's motto: stay strong, stay Story. Thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for this. At this time, any questions for Superintendent Hess from committee members? Okay, I see none. Thank you so much for your time. All right, I think we're moving into F, which is discussions related to Story County's population, economics, and fiscal conditions and projections. I believe we have Mr. Osborne queued up, our Story County manager, along with Jennifer McCain, the comptroller, and then I have Mr. Hess up to bat a second time, I guess, with conversations again, or more of a, I guess, economic side of Story County, or you'll just be on hand to answer questions, I guess, Mr. Hess, or you'll let us know. Mr. Osborne.
All right, am I on there?
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Austin Osborne, the Story County Manager. I'm going to have a PowerPoint presentation, or in this case, a PaperPoint presentation that looks like this as part of your packets. If you want, I'll give you all a moment to find that document and let me know when you feel you would like me to get started.
I believe we're ready.
Okay, all right, thank you. Today, I'm going to point us to our second slide, number 2. I'm going to move this over here so I can see that. And this is really what we're here to discuss today. These are the objectives for this presentation. And I'm going to read them verbatim, but I'm not going to do a lot of that in this presentation. For number 1, it's really just to talk about Story County's transition from what it was in the past to an economic leader today. And number 2 is how the Tri-Development Agreement was created and how it promoted innovation development. And number 3 is how development agreements can facilitate innovation development now and in the future with other groups and people. And number 4 is Story County's planning and preparation for residential development at Painted Rock. And then how economic and social, environmental, and life safety systems can be best served by local government. And then one last thing that Commissioner Mitchell made a point of, and I want to remind us of, probably one of the most important things as far as we are concerned, is we're not opponents of what is being presented here as far as development on the residential side or the innovative technology side. And that's what kind of makes this whole thing perplexing, is we like and embrace what they want to do. We think this is great. This is completely dovetailed into what we do here in Story County, and what we have here coming up will hopefully answer questions you might have in that regard. So I'm going to go to slide number 3, and I'm going to hold up a couple maps just to make sure kind of the point is made on this. So this one here is in front of you, and really what we're dealing with right now is Innovation Zone number 1. This is a statewide matter. It isn't just a Story County matter. And just want to remind us that this is something that can affect us all, and that the first one, of course, is most important, is here in Story County, because that is the first proposal. And then the second map here that I have in the presentation really is only intended to do one thing, is the map on the right with all of the yellow lines. That's about the area roughly that covers the innovation zone in Story County. And then the overlay on top of Reno and Sparks really is only provided to provide scale. It's not necessarily to say this is going to happen in Reno or anything like that. Just to kind of show you, you're to take acre by acre approximately how big it would be in the neighboring community. And then because we have folks from the south with us today, we went ahead and did one over Las Vegas. And it doesn't cover the whole city or the whole valley, but roughly the city of Las Vegas, a little bit of North Las Vegas. And then, of course, the map there on the right shows the scale as it is to our county. On the next one is a fiscal snapshot. We want to provide you all just a little bit about how big Story County is fiscally as far as revenues, expenditures, and then talk a little bit about some abatements too. And I'm going to ask that we pass the torch over to Comptroller Jennifer McCain. She would be happy to walk through the next couple slides with you on that.
Am I on mute? Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to give you a small example of what Story County's revenues and expenses look like. On slide 7, what you see before you is the 2020 audited, a simple pie chart of where our revenues are. As you can see, a major component of our county's revenue is property tax, both residential and commercial. A majority of this commercial portion, which is approximately between $7 and $8 million, does come from the McCarran area, which does include the Tahoe Reno Industrial Park. If we move on to the next slide, the expenses, taking into account that 2020 was the crazy year that the pandemic fell on us, our revenues are slightly higher, as you can see, than our expenses. Because we did scale back quite a lot to make sure, not knowing what was going to happen during that time. One thing I do want to point out on this slide is the $2.6 million piece of the pie for the tri payback. This is actually a budgeted item that was not paid until the next fiscal year, 2021. However, it is important to note that this is an ongoing expense of the county as the audits are completed by an additional outside auditor. If we move on to page 8, the abatement slide, this gives you a little example of the kind of money that has been abated over the last few years. The cumulative abatements are from 2008 to 2019, and these have been prepared and presented by Edon and Goad to show the kind of abatements that go across the state for properties within Story County. As well, the lower portion is the 2020 abatements that are a picture of just 1 year from our audits. And with that, that's all I have, unless you have any questions. And I'll turn it over to Austin.
All right, thank you, Jennifer, for that presentation. So then I'm going to continue on, and we're on slide number 10 at this point. And the title should be Business Background. And there's going to be a minor amendment on this. It says 1999 to 2000. It should be 1990 to 2000. So we're not going back to the days of the Comstock, but we're going back to kind of the modern history of Story County in brief. And really what's important here is from 1990 to 2000 was a period of time when Story County, as well as Northern Nevada, had experienced a significant shift in its economy. Northern Nevada had seen a shift in gaming to other organizations and jurisdictions across the United States. And Reno and Las Vegas were hit very hard, as those who've lived here for quite some time remember. Story County and Virginia City got overflow tourism from that gaming industry. We believe the majority of the folks that came up here were people that were visiting Reno, Tahoe, and they would come up for a day trip to this area. And really our economy up here was day tourism, it was seasonal, it was volatile, but it was just enough to keep the county going. At the time, we had roughly 600 to 800 people, depending on what year you look at. And then there was a major part of Story County's past at the time was the Jokin 40 brothels. And you can look at the history of it, it's quite interesting. But as you know, in the 90s, Jokin 40 left the country in seeking asylum in Brazil. And with him came a significant amount of tax dollars that the county relied on at the time. And that was it. There was nothing else. There was some agriculture, and that was it, maybe a small amount of mining. And so the county during that time was not paying its bills. It was in the red, and it was being considered to be carved up by the Nevada State Legislature. The legislature in around 2000 was already looking at carving up the school district, and the kids were going to be sent to Reno or Washoe County, Lyon County, and even Carson City. And then the county as a whole was also being on the chopping block for the same. We were not the only county in this situation. Other rural counties in the state were enduring the same problem. So the county had to do something about this. It was either lose the county or come up with something interesting. And there's some interesting things that happened at this time. I'm going to go to slide number 12. And this should be titled Regional Decline and Transition. So on this one, I'm going to show another map. So here, we all know what this picture is. We've seen it similarly, but this was the old Azamara Ranch. It was roughly 107,000 acres. A lot of it's mountainous, some of it's flat, but that land was for sale at the time. And there was discussion about what maybe we could do to diversify the economy of Story County, and happened to be about the same time that Roger Norman and Lance Gilman came to town. And this was right around the time they were finishing up the South Meadows Reno planned unit development that some people or some of us may live in today. While Roger and Lance were finishing up that project and Story County was looking at a new way to invent itself, there's a third person involved, and it was our building official, Dean Haymore, at the time, that the county commissioners kind of sent him on a journey to find a way to reinvent Story County. And all these three pieces seemed to come together right at the right time. And the folks got together, and Roger had purchased the Azamara Ranch. And there was some talk at the time of creating a Hummer test park. There was discussion about maybe a wildlife refuge. These are things I remember reading in the paper myself up here, not really knowing the dynamic that was going on in that area. And then there was a discussion with Dean Haymore about maybe creating some kind of an industrial park along the Interstate 80 corridor. What would be a better place to do than out there? So a lot of things happened during that time, and the county commissioners had tasked Dean with creating a master plan and a zoning ordinance. County didn't have any staff, didn't have any resources. So Dean went to the University of Nevada, Reno, and got students to put together these documents. And every student took an area and created something, and the county commission approved it and put together a planning commission to review it as well. And I'm going to turn over to slide number 14. And slide 14 shows this picture here. And this is an important slide. This was before Tahoe Reno Industrial Center, the annex or the development agreement, was created. But this is a building, this is Calcan. This was one of our first. It's a dog food factory. And they came out to Story County, were recruited by Lance, Roger, and with Dean as maybe, hey, let's bring a company out here and let's get started. And Dean Haymore was driving around this guy in the back of an old police car. That's what Story County had. You know, pretty much bald tires and really rough. And Dean's driving this guy around, and he doesn't realize who's in the back seat of this car until he introduces himself as Forrest Mars. And so he's got Forrest Mars, and the owner of Calcan, or Mars Calcan at the time, driving around. And Mars falls in love with the idea of creating some kind of industry out here, buys his property and builds his facility. It was kind of funny that Mr. Mars got trapped in the back of the car when they wanted to get out and look at the property, because it was in fact an old police car and the back doors did not open from the inside. So that was one of our first companies. And now I'm going to go to slide number 15. And slide 15 has another map, and it's pretty much the Azamara Ranch, but it also shows some other detail. So it shows Tri-Center in blue. And what Tri-Center is in blue is actually the area that is the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center today, not the entire yellow area. The yellow area is in the master plan as designated to be potentially annexed into Tri-Center and become Tri-Center, but most of it, or very much of it, is undevelopable. It's very high topography, mountainous canyons, things like that. It might be good for wind energy. There's some other ideas, but mostly for big box employment and stuff, pretty minimal. Blockchains does own the property now. They bought it as part of the 67,000 acre purchase. But that kind of gives you some scale here of what the industrial center is in respect to the region, as opposed to kind of the famous map we see a lot. And then we'll talk a little bit about Painted Rock up there in the corner that Blockchains also owns. And so in this map, There was kind of a discussion that had come between Roger Norman and the county commissioners and Lance and Dean about the idea of how do we create this industrial park? We have one building or two, but how do we do something that's really revolutionary, something that's innovative, and something that is a little different than what's been done in Nevada before? And so they created a private-public partnership. And what they did initially on page 6, or slide number 6, actually it's slide 16, is to create some type of a business environment that will attract companies and be a secure and predictable business environment. So they created a development agreement, and hold on one here a second. They created a development agreement, or like a contract, between the county and between Roger Norman. And what they did is Roger Norman had something the county didn't, and the county had something Roger did not. Roger had money, and he had a will, and he wanted to build something pretty much like what you see right now with the blockchains group. They got a vision, they want to create something amazing, and they're coming to the county looking at a way to happen. And the county had what Roger did not. It was lots of land and lots of entitlements. And so the county and Roger got together and said, why don't we create something where, Roger, you buy the land and then you put the infrastructure in up front and then create a build-to-suit environment. Roger says, yeah, I can do that all day long, but what kind of restrictions are there going to be? What kind of things are going to prevent me from being successful? Well, the county commissioners at the time said, how about we create something that makes that nothing? And what the county had was give Roger entitlements. They gave him a zoning ordinance that I'll talk about in a minute, 1999, it's frozen for 50 years. They gave him a insurement that, okay, you put the infrastructure in up front, but the county is going to pay you back for that infrastructure over 50 years. The interest will be zero. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Roger has to put the money up front, but he gets the money back over a 50-year period of time. There were some other things like, why don't we create an over-the-counter commercial zoning ordinance? That wasn't something that's typically done, but it's allowable under NRS and under the development agreement. Right now, we have Burger King, Taco Bell, Studio 6, Subway, Marriott Hotels is on its way, and we have Porta Subs, as well as other commercial uses. These businesses developed on industrial zone land. And how they got the commercial zoning is they came to me as the planning director at the time, and now as county manager with my staff, and they ask for the zoning, and they get a permit right over the top of the counter that's signed off by Tri-Center as well. The fastest commercial zoning that we created in Story County was 20 minutes. A company came in, wanted commercial zoning, and they got it in 20 minutes. And because of that, we were able to bring in all these commercial uses and can continue to do so today. If there's nothing innovative about that, I don't know what is. So I'm going to go to the next slide. It is slide 17, and it looks like this. It's a simple slide, but it's an important slide. These are really kind of the innovative features of the development agreement that Roger Norman, his group, and the Story County Commissioners approved. Is a 50-year agreement. For 50 years, whatever is in this agreement is going to be permanent. And so what that means is all the infrastructure is provided up front. And I'll show a slide here in a minute what that looks like. But the county is going to pay it back over a 50-year period of time. It's not going to have any interest associated with it. So that's pretty good. And I'll talk about that in a second. And it's going to be a build-to-suit environment. So as technology changes, as companies changes, as things change over time, that this development agreement allows for that to occur. And we have only changed the development agreement several times. That was an agreement between Story County and the developer. One cannot change without the other one. And it was not to create more restrictions over time. It was because new companies that come in, new things we never thought of, like data centers, didn't exist in 1999. And to clarify and to provide more entitlement for these uses to come that exist today. The next thing on the column is 1999 zoning is frozen, as well as the 1999 fees. In Story County, the fees for special use permits, variances, all these sorts of things were still under the 1999 numbers. You can get a permit in this county for $100. You can get a major special use permit for the highest, heaviest level of industrial development you can possibly imagine on the face of earth for $2,500. And that is frozen in time for 50 years. That cannot change without agreement between both of the parties. And right now, neither of the parties are asking to change it. because it's through volume. It's like Walmart. How did they make money? How does Amazon make money? It's through volume. We don't need the permit fee. We bring in a company, we have a competitive advantage. We bring in property tax, and that pays for whatever it took us to bring that company in. And then the development agreement knew about water. It obviously needs to be managed through a general improvement district and sewer. But one of the things I'm proud of that will be talked about in the next meeting is a conservation program where that water out there is used 6 times before it either evaporates or something happens to it. But it's used again and again and again that folks like Sherry Whalen are experts at. We'll talk about later. I'm going to go to slide number 18. And this has a couple important images on it. And the one on the middle here, these are all of the roads. All of this spaghetti are the roads that Story County not only has at Tri-Center, but that we owe money on. There's about 100 lane miles of highway out there, 4 lane, built to standards. No, not all 4 lane, but they're all built to county standards. And Roger Norman built those roads up front with his money, and then we pay him back over time. There's $48 million that Story County owes back to Roger Norman. It's in the 30s today because we have been making payments. And Story County was given an assurance. They said, Roger Norman said, how about this? I won't even ask for the first payment until you guys make about $5 million. And so we could get ourselves caught up to be able to catch up with this and be able to make payments. So he worked with us. It was a mutual agreement. And then you can see in all the different components here, USA Parkway. Today, the Nevada Department of Transportation owns that road, but Story County still owes the money on that road. We are still in debt to that. Interstate 80 interchange, that is what the USA Parkway interchange looks like from aerial. It's not just a diamond interchange. It had to go over the river, the railroad, Interstate 80, through other types of land. It was pretty complex. And then we got fire stations. We got our existing fire and county offices. All that Roger Norman paid up front, and then we pay him back over time. And part of those payments, I said they're interest-free, and they're 50-year agreements. They're not debt. We were able to make that in such a way that it didn't create debt or cause any harm to the county's ability to bond. What that is, it means that we pay it back over time, but it doesn't show up as debt because it is not debt. It is paid through by development and taxes that come in from the companies we create out there. And then, so you know how that works, is 80%, we believe, it's hard to tell with the Department of Taxation, about 80% of the sales tax and sales and use tax that comes into the county is attributed to Tri-Center. That is what Tri-Center is subject to for payment. And then Roger gets 35 cents on the dollar for all of that repayment. I'm going to go to page 19 now. And it looks like this. And page 19 really just shows all the uses that are allowed at Tri-Center. There's commercial uses, industrial, and extended lodging. I'm not going to go through the list of uses. It would be overwhelming. But what's important out here is we do recognize that there is a need to provide temporary housing for employees that are working out at Tri-Center. And so right now we have a Studio 6 hotel that's already built and done. It's 90 rooms. It's not a hotel. You go in and they have full kitchens, pots and pans, everything you would need to live for an extended period of time while you're working out at the industrial center, getting acclimated, or maybe just here temporarily. We have a 150 space RV park coming, has the same purpose. It's extended stay. We have a 90 room approximately Marriott under construction right now. That's exactly the statement. It's extended stay. There's a potential Hilton, and there's also another use that would provide 60 to 100 spaces with a daycare and other types of uses that would support folks living out there at an extended period of time, not as permanent residents. I'm not going to spend a whole long time talking about this, but later I'll talk about Painted Rock. There's a perception that Story County does not like residential because we don't want residential at the industrial center. The development agreement doesn't allow industrial within the annexed portions, and there's reasons for that. It's not a place to live. It's a place of intense industry, but we are not against residential, as we'll talk about in a bit. I'm going to go to page 20. 20 looks like this. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this page because it's pretty simple. This is how we bring companies in. This is our entire bureaucracy right here. Companies come to us, they come to me, or they'll come to a department head, or they'll come to a commissioner, and they'll say, we want to build in Story County, and we all work as a team to bring them in. We guarantee a 5-day permit for grading and 30 days for building. and we provide 24/7 accessibility. To give you an example what that looks like, in order to bring a semiconductor company into Story County, our community development director and I flew to Taiwan on a Saturday and came back the very next day to look at a very specialized process that they had that we were concerned about to make sure we could respond to. We found out that we could, and we brought that company in, and they're out there operating now. I'm going to go to page 21. This is one of my favorite slides. It's pretty simple, but we believe this had some to do with Tesla coming to Northern Nevada. There was a lot of talk about how Northern Nevada can do things that Arizona, California, and Texas could not. And there was a question about, really, everybody's saying they can do everything. Can you really do it? This building, Dean Haymore, our building director, and I went and we took their engineers over to take a look. And they're on one end of the building looking at this finished concrete being done, and they're putting in the interior improvements into the building. Like, yeah, that's really nice. On the other side of the building, where you see right now, they were blasting the side of the mountain at the same time they were doing finish work at the other end of the building. And that was one of the things the engineer said, that's proof in the pudding right there. If you can blast the side of a mountain and build on the other one at the same concurrent time, we know you can bring our company in. I'm going to go to page 22. And this one is real simple. It's just a list of innovative companies that we've brought in to Story County. I'm not going to go through all the list, it's very long, but these are most of the innovative companies. And as Commissioner Mitchell said, today was the second day that nanotech has come into Story County to create a campus for high-tech uses. I'm going to go to page 23. That looks like this. And in this slide, it's kind of like the wage and career performance. What have we done for the region that's going to Tri-Center? So out of a UNR report that was done in 2019, you can see that Story County jobs that we're bringing to the region are high-paying jobs and they're high-tech jobs. In the second column, you can see through management that we're bringing in management, tech, math, engineering, and those types of jobs at a very high rate. And the next slide, 24, looks like this. And it's real simple. It just shows Story County's growth of jobs compared to the state. It shows that we are an attractor of jobs. Now I'm going to go to the next slide, 25. And this is a quote. This came right out of the Governor's Office of Economic Development in 2018. It says, the operations of the Gigafactory have created significant economic benefits for Washoe and Story County. The Gigafactory has not only created close to 7,600 jobs or 7,060 new jobs, but there's also generated significant regional economic growth based on primary and secondary demand for local vendors and employee spending. This is going to be a segue to the next slide. And that next slide looks like this. And it's really the direct output and the multiplier output that's happening only at the Gigafactory alone. Instead of coming up with our own numbers through our consultants, which we could do, we thought it might be best just to show what GoEd has already reported in 2018 for their Gigafactory report. And in the first column, it shows that there's 7,000 employees brought into the Gigafactory as permanent factory type of work employees. That has resulted in $379 million in payroll and has resulted in $2.2 billion annually in total output. And over a 20-year period is $101 billion. What this is not to Story County, most of this is actually occurring in Reno, Sparks, and Washoe. As people where they live, that's where they go to the movies, they buy their groceries, they buy their Fords and Chevys, they do all of their commercial purchases. Those things are happening there. They probably will buy a Subway sandwich and a tank of gas in Story County, and we're perfectly fine with that. But most of that's occurring in the region. And on the right column is the total multiplier. This is everybody. This is if you take the jobs, and then you take the husbands and wives and aunts and kids, and then you take all the people that had to come to the region to service them, the people that are at the grocery stores or whatever, car dealers, whatever you want to name it. 15,000 people associated with that, and 845 million annual total payroll, and total output $3.5 billion. Again, these are reports right out of GoEd for 2018. They don't account for the actual number of employees associated with the Gigafactory, but those that were at the base level, and we're just going to leave it at the base level for this conversation. The next slide looks like this. And this one here is just regional tax money that has come in. Again, from the GoEd report, 2018, It's the regional, the Washoe Municipal Service Area, which does include Story, of course, Reno, Sparks, Washoe, and Story, $29 million annually. And then indirect tax revenues to the state, $12 million, $58 million total if you include other things that are not necessarily listed in that. And the most important thing is generated at the full unabated rate. The idea is that that abated sales tax dollar ends up in an employee's pocket and turns into an unabated sales tax dollar when that item is bought in our region. Next, I'm going to go to page 14. Actually, it's slide 28. Looks like this. And it's pretty simple, but I like the graphic that's on the right or your left. What's important about this slide is the careers that we brought. We have 17,000 people we brought to the region with jobs. There's 250 approximately thousand jobs in the region. And the businesses that we have brought since the 1980s are businesses that Washoe County sent our way. They include the regional Lockwood landfill, one of the largest in the world, or at least in the country. Lithium manufacturing, power plants, weapons manufacturing, diesel manufacturing. These were companies that were brought to us. Reno didn't want them. Sparks didn't want them. Washoe didn't want them. They weren't quite compatible with what they got going on over there. So we took them in. And then now we're bringing in high-tech businesses such as the data centers and the tech and the R&D and the research and development and those sorts of things. And what I like to say here is this meeting, as we have right now, is brought to you by the electricity that is provided by the 800 megawatt power plant located in Story County. So you can see that power plant is working quite well, as our meeting has been working quite well. And then the picture that's on the right here, you see a picture of Old Reno, and I'm from here and I love Old Reno, but we certainly have grown a long way. And then you see an industrial building at the bottom. What the point of that slide is when I went to school, you either went to UNR or you went into construction or you went into the casino industry or you left the state. That was pretty much the extent of the career opportunities for my generation growing up in Nevada. And what has happened now, and this is all of us, it isn't just us, we're all part of this, is we have diversified Northern Nevada's economy to where now you can actually raise your kids here and they can grow up and go into tech industries, they can go into different types of skilled craftsmanship type of work. They can stay here and raise their families. They don't have to leave or just go into the casino industry. I'm going to go to slide 29. It looks like this. And at this point, I'm going to pass it over to our fire chief, if you're okay with that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes. So again, for the record, Jeremy Longcar, Fire Chief, Story County Fire Protection District. So a lot of the things that are outlined on this slide are just some work of not myself or my predecessor or his predecessor. These are things that have taken many, many years to put together to show regionally how we work with all of our partners. And to highlight some of the fire and EMS agreements is just within the area in which the blockchain is proposed in the innovation zone. We currently have 6 agreements with the neighbors who do respond out there and assist us, and as well we assist them. All of these agreements, again, have just taken a lot of time and work, and it's us working as a united front. So I did mention earlier in my testimony that Little Story County can't handle a lot of the bigger incidents, nor can Lyon County and the 2 districts or 3 districts that are within Lyon County or our neighbors. So we rely on each other a lot, and that's why we do things similar. We put into place these agreements that either A, will show up if you call for us, or like what we have with Washoe County and Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District is we have an automatic aid agreement. So knowing that their fire stations are quite a drive from an incident that may happen on the I-80 corridor, we just take that call for them. We do that without charge and under an agreement as being a good neighbor and a partner within Northwestern Nevada. It goes far deeper, and a lot of these, I can't give you specifics on, but again, I just want to reiterate the work that Story County has put together over years and to keep up with the growth and the development of TRI and as well as our neighbors and how we work together just to solve the problem. At this time, I'll get back to County Manager Austin Osborne.
Thank you, Fire Chief Longcar. Appreciate that. And a couple other items on this slide that we're regionally cooperating with, working with all kinds of folks in Carson City and Washoe, Reno, Sparks, and Lyon County is flood mitigation in our communities. I'll talk about the affluent pipeline in a moment. Youth services, water services, indigent care, health coalition with the Quad counties, COVID response, for example. Lands bills, we are supporting the Washoe County lands bills for economic development. Sparks wants to do north of us. That's not in competition with us. What's good for them is good for all of us. Transportation and even legislative representation. We work with a Quad County unit to try to have a consistent representation and vision in the legislature. Now I'm going to talk about this slide. This is page 30 or slide 30. And this is an affluent pipeline project. That was a situation. So the title of the slide I'll talk about here in a minute. It says, through regional cooperation, Washoe County's $100 million affluent problem became a regional economic generator. It really is the truth. Reno Sparks Washoe, their sewer treatment plant, was not complying with EPA standards in putting nitrates into the Truckee River. I'm not putting Reno Sparks Washoe down for this. They put a tremendous amount of effort and care in trying to resolve that problem over the years, and they certainly took it seriously. But there was an idea that was brought to them, is instead of building a $100 million treatment plant to address the problem, what if we brought that affluent water over to Tri-Center, connected it into the general improvement district out there, and used it to create jobs, used it for industry and non-potable industrial water kinds of things. And in turn, then of course, Tri-Center won't need to use potable water for industry. And the idea, working with all three of those entities next door and the county commissioners of Story County and the General Improvement District out of Tri, we're able to come up with a very complex way to address this. The water is brought over to industrial uses. The companies that are benefiting from that put the money up front to build the facility, the affluent pipeline. And then what happens at that point, it brings economic development to Story County, which is tax dollars, of course, and a portion of those new tax dollars then are returned into reimbursing to those companies for the affluent pipeline. So everybody comes out ahead here. Reno Sparks Washoe doesn't have to build the plant, and Story County can develop. We get some property tax off it, we'll definitely say that. And then it creates regional economic jobs. What's important about this too is then Tahoe Reno Industrial Center donated or gave water upstream that it had owned, which is clean water, and then Reno Sparks Washoe, through a complicated agreement with NDOT, can put that water back into the Truckee River to meet the TROA requirements for water being exited and entering back into the river. It's much more complex than that, but it kind of gives you an idea through regional cooperation how we can get things done. And all the things that are being presented today through innovations or development can be done through this kind of thinking. I'm going to turn to page slide or 31, and I'm going to give us a brief discussion about residential background. And this is really where we're going to tie into the innovation zones, as well as the need for residences in Northern Nevada. So the first map here, this is a simple map. This is just the Story County master plan areas. All those areas have different goals and all that. And 7 of these areas allow for residential. And 4 of them allow for major residential, like a planned unit development, major subdivision type of thing. 4 of them allow for mixed use residential. This would be like what you see in Midtown and Reno, or even like the blockchain's proposal for very mixed use. And then 7 of them allow for commercial industrial. The next slide here is on slide 33. And this shows inside our zoning map, the areas in the county that are really set up for residential. And like I said earlier, you can see Virginia City is about 1,200 parcels. The Highlands is really a very rural horse type of property. We're never going to propose for that to be anything really innovative. It's going to be what it is. Lockwood is 1,000 people now. It is set up for potential mixed uses and those sorts of residential development. Mark Twain is a small community on the Dayton side that has availability for different types of uses. And then there's the Painted Rock. The number of parcels there would be subject to a POD that's approved by the parties. Now I'm going to go to page 34. And this gives you an idea for those folks that aren't from here where Painted Rock is. in relation to Reno Sparks and Fernley and the industrial center. And there's the Tesla Gigafactory right there. And there's a potential road that would connect Painted Rock into the industrial center. Ideally, we would love to see that happen and not have any dependence on Interstate 80. But in reality, there'll probably be some dependence on Interstate 80 regardless. But that gives you a little bit of an orientation of where things are in the region. In the next slide. This is from our master plan, this image that's on the right or on your left. So this actually, it's not our image. It came from Great Places out of the American Planning Association, and that was put into our master plan for a reason. That was to describe what we would like to see happen out at Painted Rock. We wanted to make a point that this is not a community for suburban residential development. It's not a place we want to see horse properties and corral fences and those sorts of things. We wanted to see a mixed use, urban, kind of a high density place where people live, they work, they play, they live on top of their job, those sorts of things. And then these are the things here that the master plan has in its goals about discouraging urban sprawl, creating what really blockchains is presented as a very high dense core of, place you could live, work and play and never leave. We're okay with that. And it's mixed uses. And then these are the types of things that facilitate rail. They facilitate, multimodal transit and all these modern types of development techniques. This slide here, this is blockchains, their smart city. This came right out of their website. They presented it before. And the point of this is it fits with the Story County Master Plan. This is our vision for Painted Rock. We would love to see something happen like this in our community through the proper normal planning means. And we believe that that can happen through proper normal planning means. At this point, I do ask Madam Chair if I can pass over to the school superintendent. He would like to just summarize the next slide and how the school board was involved in this development.
Thank you very much, Austin and Madam Chair. For the record, Todd Hess, Superintendent, Story County School District. As I stated a little bit ago, we did have direct involvement with the master plan. I think it took Austin about 7 years to develop that. We put it in front of our community quite a few times in regards to the school district goals side of thing. One of the things that we really emphasized in there was the need for this to be a true community center. So not only do we have, all of our K-12 programs that we would run through the Nevada Department of Education, following all those standards, but also some post-secondary things. We do a lot with colleges, including Truckee Meadows Community College. I just talked to former Governor Sandoval, now president of the University of Nevada, Reno, about beginning a dual enrollment program here in Story County. And we currently have a really strong agreement with Western Nevada College and President Vincent Solis. So we have that. We also look very strongly at some vocational and STEM programs, also partnerships within the park. For example, currently you can go into Tesla with what's called an MT1 machinery technology certificate. And that gets kids some really good opportunities right out of school with a really high paying job, 401k, health and life insurance, et cetera. And then the possibility looking at bringing in charter or regional magnet school, I think would be intriguing as we look at some of the opportunities within the park. And again, make that hub part of the community center on that. So appreciate the input. It was approved by our board, and then I believe that June was approved by the Story County commissioners. I'll turn it back to Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hess, and thank you, Madam Chair. May I continue?
Yes.
We're coming close to the end. All right, thank you. So I'm going to turn to slide number 38. It looks like this. And this is the actual master plan map that we have for Painted Rock. And what's important in that, it's a transition area. So in 2006, this project had come to Story County and wanted to get a planned unit development mixed use out there, and they got approved. They were approved by the Planning Commission and they were approved by the County Commission unanimously. So our master plan in 2016 wanted to reflect on that 2006 approval. The reason 2006 approval didn't happen is because, as we're all aware, in 2008, 9, and 10, we went into economic situation that made the project unviable at the time. So the project was approved in 06. It reverted back to the prior zoning, but then the master plan was written to support that project with no master plan map needed and no master plan text amendment needed. They'd have to do a zone change, which is a procedural element because the master plan says that the zone change to planned unit development must occur if the application is complete. The area is roughly 2,100 acres. The next slide here, this is slide 39. Looks like this. So this slide actually comes out of Jeremy Aguero's presentation from the first meeting, and he shows a 75-year build period for the project and what they want to do. And there weren't any numbers or data necessarily associated with that, but the image is good enough to kind of get a ballpark of what might occur. And using best planning principles, and whether it's financial or land use planning, we use a 20-year period of time and then just focus on that. So the next slide is on page 40. On 40. And this slide here builds off of Mr. Aguero's projections, and it shows what would happen in Story County if it approved Painted Rock planned unit development or subdivision based on what he had provided. And you can see right now we have roughly 4,300 folks, and then over a 20-year period would go up to 11,000. This number here is consistent with his numbers. It's also consistent roughly with the 2006 approval that the county commissioners was willing to take on at that time to help facilitate development of this project. The next slide is on 41. This is really just a reminder is that no master plan is needed for texting or for text or for map. And we really recommend just simply submit an application. We provided an outline for that to the proponents of this project. And we've also provided the applications and materials needed. And then for the last slide, Madam Chair, if you are okay with it, I would ask that I pass over to Commissioner Mitchell for a closing statement on this presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Austin, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I just, first of all, I want to apologize that we took so much of your time, but really felt like it was important to allow you to hear from a broad range of folks that deal with this stuff in their different areas of expertise on a day-to-day basis. And so just to summarize, and this is on slide number 43, and this will be my closing remarks. The Innovation Zone governance as proposed is not really comparable to Disney World, the Reedy Creek Improvement District, or Songdo, South Korea. We believe strongly that the TRI development agreement provides a successful template for future innovation and a smart city development, and it protects against undue government interference. It gives the stability and it gives the assurances that are needed to allow for innovation. Proposed parallel government structures, from hearing from our different department heads and elected officials, it has the potential to cripple planning and delivery of competent, reliable, and equitable public services. As you heard from many of them, the rate of increase in the expenses and the investment that's needed to serve a new community don't necessarily line up with the rate of increase in taxation and revenue. One of our other summary points is that Story County already approved a mixed-use residential development at Painted Rock, and we updated our master plan in 2016, well before the current proposal, and our codes to support that type of development. We're a proven leader in Nevada in economic development, technological advancement, and land development. The economic activity that happens in our county directly and indirectly benefits Northern Nevada. And we just don't feel that the reasons given for the separatist governance piece in the Innovation Zone legislation are founded in a way that is compelling enough to make it worth going through all of the rigmarole to do that. The last slide summarizes, number 44 summarizes some recommendations that we would make to this committee. The first one is to really examine in detail the agreement that we have in place with the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. That development agreement is a successful example of a public-private partnership. It's used in stimulating growth and preventing undue government interference. We'd also encourage the committee to direct the proponents to submit an application. And what that does is it would allow us to help vet out the issues and work through them. And then we could come back if there's something that can't be worked out with us, we'd come back to the legislature and address that directly. The third recommendation that we have is to apply some of the creative practices and innovative things that we've done here in Story County to other parts of the state, and to look at what can we do, maybe better. We're not the end all be all, but maybe we take that and build off of it and find ways to make sure that the same diversification and economic development that we've seen happens elsewhere, maybe in a way that better addresses regional impacts. And the last one is not listed on this slide, but is kind of a personal interest of mine, is I feel it's important to delve into the feasibility of the contingent tax proposal, the stablecoin taxation, or the blockchain's taxation piece. And the reason that we need to delve into that is because while it's not in this proposed legislation, this legislation is contingent on it. And I don't believe that it's feasible to tax blockchain's transactions. I'm not aware of anywhere in the blockchain's universe that's being done, and that may just be my insufficiency. But I think it's problematic because it goes against the ethos of a distributed ledger. And so not necessarily discussion for this time, but certainly something that I would welcome further discussion on, because I think it's worth delving into, because that's one of the main upsides or positives to the proposal. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My goal is to be done in time to get you all so that you can attend your county commission meeting. Are there questions from the members on the presentation? Okay, I have just a couple then. If I'm looking at I'm looking at 2 slides, and I guess they're just more observations. So I guess I won't call them questions at this point, but just things that I'm holding in my mind at this time. I want to look at slide number 26. On number 26 and then 27. And so I appreciate you highlighting the regional economic outputs, the one specific to the Tesla Gigafactory out there. I think that's slide 26 that's specific to that. And then the tax generation to Washoe and Story County. And once again in here, kind of looking at the revenues coming in, spending and other outputs. And then I think these are, and my tax staff might remember, but once again, I don't want to get too much into the weeds because we're pushing up against the clock here. But I believe at the time that the numbers were put together, we were looking at one-time projections. So I can't recall if this was, because this was coming from a 2018 report, if this is based on the actual numbers, or if this was based on the projections that we thought we would get 2018 on those impacts. So I'm thinking of that, and then I'm also thinking about how this plays out in terms of other impacts that we'll talk about down the road. One of them being not specific to this one company, but kind of specific to other companies that might be in the tri-area and in an aggregate for those who aren't able to provide health insurance to their employees. And so the state picks up tab on the health insurance, because we have that document that can really, we've got a report that really well documents the actual cost to the state and what that is at the cost of state in terms of Medicaid independence coming from certain areas. So I'm just holding that in my head. I'm also holding in my head as I look at slide 40 with the residential growth build out. And I think this is one of the questions for me is whether you have an innovation zone or not, just thinking and being cognizant about Story County's plan for residential over the years, because I see that within 2025, you want to add about 200 more residents, and then you start adding a couple more residents, but we know right now that there's, we're really lopsided between the number of residents who work in Story County versus the number of residents who live there, meaning that the number of residents who are there as employees are commuting to another county to live, commuting to counties that have to, have had to build additional schools. And so there's always that benefit, which is good. And the region has transformed, which was good. That was an absolute intended goal, I think, for a lot of folks. And you folks have had a wonderful hand in it. I just think that other piece is talking about, okay, always with growth comes the questions that we're having now, which is, okay, well, what do we do about the impacts around it? What do we do around housing? And is an additional 200 housing units in the next 3 years really going to be helpful and meaningful? And that's regardless of whether we have, people move out to Painted Rock, regardless if it's an innovation zone or not, right? So those were just a couple of things that I was holding in my head during this conversation. And thank you so much, Mr. Osborne, because this is really detailed, and I appreciate the conversation and all the information that you've provided to committee members. Just want to check in on questions one last time from committee members. I think after this we'll go into public comment. So, okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and thank you so much, Story County. Thank you so much for the information you provided under agenda item number 5. We appreciate it. Take a break, go have your county commission meeting. And we'll move into item 6, which is public comment and broadcasting. I'll hand it back over to you. And before we do that, I'll remind folks that they want to call in. The number is 669-900-6833. And that the meeting ID for this meeting is 881-9713-6713, and then you press the pound sign. If you have any issues calling in, please call 684-6990 so our staff can give assistance to you. With that, we'll move to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. If you would like to offer public comment on today's meeting, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Once more, we are on public comment for today's meeting. If you would like to speak, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller 517, please state and spell your name for the record. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Danny Thompson, DANNYTHOMPSON. I'm representing the operating engineers, Local 3 and Local 12. In the interest of time, I won't leave a lot of remarks, just to say that we view this BDR and the innovation zones as the single largest opportunity produce jobs in the history of Nevada, and we're all in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Benitez Thompson. The public line is open and working. However, there are no other callers who offer public comment at this time.
Great. Thank you so much, members, for your time commitment today to be present with us. Thank you so much, all presenters, for the information, conversation that you brought for today. We appreciate it. We'll be polling members on availability of the next meeting in October. At that time, we'll also be we'll be reaching out to folks about the next topic, as well as we start to dive into more specific impact issues going forward. With that being all, I will call an end to this meeting. We are adjourned.